確認をしました。
の画面です。でも声触れてる。どうしたらいいの？
The sound from the confession rooms comes to this earphone, so we need you to put it on. Yeah.
Yes, so far as I know, we
And so we have to set up the mics. Hear me? Straight? Hello? Oh, wait. Say something.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Okay, so something is a bit weird.
Are testing the live stream? Or
Like,
okay, nice.
like, hey, how? Or I guess it's something to do with external noise. No. Okay, let me check, because yeah, in the first few minutes there won't be any significant progress, so I want to spend this time on seeing some straight companies. Very hard.
It looks like it's maxing out, right, the microphone.
Yeah, but I mean, everything is within by this huge device, which I'm not used to. Oh, okay, the professional has come to fix everything, hopefully. Is it okay? Oh, it's better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then let's start. 3. And welcome to the AtCoder World Tour Finals 2025 algorithm stream. And I'm member of the Academy of the Algorithms Division. And
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm a commentator today.
so, okay, in case you didn't know us, let us explain ourselves a bit. I'm a very passionate computer programmer, and I've been to like IOIs or ICTCs and won gold medals, and now working for AtCoder for like 3 or 4 years, and I'm supervising AtCoder Grand Contest, and I also wrote this finance grant. So I know everything about this problem, about the problem. So if you have any questions, please leave it on comments and I can answer them.
I used to be a participant in World Finals in a few years before. This time I could not qualify, so but I still enjoy coming here to the World Group Farmers, so I came there as an observer, as a commentator. Yeah, I will maybe during the stream I'll try to also solve some problems live, but don't expect too much.
Thank you. He's a stupid legend.
So just ask how to see the problems. I guess there's a mirror contest.
Yeah, there's a
You
mirror.
can register for and then you see the problems.
Yeah.
These links are, I guess, in the video description.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a link for the normal content in the video description.
Oh, okay. So, just a moment, I believe. But in the front page of the normal contest, there is a link to the unofficial mirror, unrated mirror, I guess. So,
Yes,
yeah.
there's a link on right here.
So, you can check, read, and even solve problems by your own. So, we will explain problems lately.
ちょっとだけすみません。オフになってますか？なんか反響してしまってるので、何かオンになっているものがありますか？個人のパソコンの音がオンになってたりして、ここに出てるものはない。
Is it chat saying there's still echo?
Yeah, the voice is still echoing. Yeah, we're going to fix it. For example, isn't it mic is the new computer on?
I'm not sure, but I don't think I am on the stream anyway. So even if it was, should be fine.
I
just disabled my computers.
Yeah, it's still echoing. I still.
That's getting another. Sorry, but yeah, the contest is very long. Here.
すみません。一旦お試しで、これをオフにしてみてもらえますか？はい。
So I guess it's there's some mic which is on here because her voice is clearly hearable in the stream. So that means there is some mic on this room which is on.
What?
すみません。ちょっとだけ。
Yep.
I
think suspect is that cameras.
because
Camera has
also has some kind of mic.
or very hard because last day we had a Japanese stream, but it was in a different room and everything was set up in that room. And this morning we set up another stream on this other room and
Something went wrong,
But-
yeah.
I think we can probably start talking even.
yeah.
There's no problem.
Sound is
Yeah,
perfect.
we'll try to fix it as soon as possible.
Okay, we just
Explain. Okay. Just explain the first problem.
to start. Okay.
It's maybe in the background, so probably most viewers know this. This is World Final, so there are 12 contestants who qualified in 2024 by taking part in regular competitions called AtCoder Grand Contest, and then initially wants to get 100 points in first place, 75 second place, and so on. And then the 12 contestants with the most points are invited to Tokyo to participate in finals. And yeah, here they are. They now have to solve 5 problems, attempt to solve 5 problems. And they have 5 hours, and then each problem has a certain amount of points. So in the end, people are randomized by the number of points. In case of time, by the time, it took to get those points.
Okay. Let's just move on to the first problem and explain it to screen.
Okay.
Moment. Where's
すいません、大変。ごめんなさい。
Does it sound good? Okay? No? Oh no. Why? Different environment, different problems every time. This is how on-site. This looks like.
ちょっと考えてまた来ます。申し訳ない。
Okay, so still, even though the voice is echoing, I think you can still hear me. So let us continue. Here's a problem statement of the first problem, LIS team swaps. Just like, so you're given a condition P, and then you can perform the following swap operation any number of times possible here. And one operation is like choosing 2 adjacent elements, which has inversion. And you can swap, but after the swaps, the length of the longest increasing sequence shouldn't be increased. So then what's the lexicography smallest limitation? This is a problem, and the constraint is like n is up to 250,000, which means there must be like linear or log or something. Okay, so I will just explain problem with examples with this whiteboard. Yeah, this we have it. This one use this. For example, the first example is like this was 3-1. For example, if this is like it's just run. By the way, does it visible? Visible or oh wait, for another expert for fixing echo.
Just saying they cannot see much.
Too much? Whiteboard? Okay. It could be a problem with lights. Good. Okay.
We can find another way to thinking
Uh,
of yeah, cipher.
If we can roll on computer.
It's very hard to.
first-
Wait.
oh yeah.
This is.
This is
it.
Is it visible?
No, it looks much better.
Looks better? For example, there. And for this implementation, for example, you cannot operate on these two elements because current three are in the increasing order, which is, that is, it's not an inversion. So you cannot swap this. On the other hand, you can swap this 3 and 1 because this is an inversion, and the length of the longest increasing sequence doesn't increase because, yeah, this sequence has longest increasing sequence. And if we swap 3, 1, 1, the sequence becomes 2, 1, 3, but the length longest increasing sequence is 2, 2. So you can perform this swap. However, you cannot operate more on this sequence because the only inversion, adjacent inversion is 2 and 1. But if you swap these two elements, like sequence become 1, 2, 3, and then this becomes 3. So yeah, this has increased. So this is not an option. So the lexicographically minimum combination you can reach is 2, 1, 3. This is the first sum.
From this example, one might hypothesize that I can always get just globally lexicographically small notation with this like this. That's likely not true.
And actually, it's not true. So what it is like if you greedily change inversions in some order, some greedy order, you can get the global minimum. That could be a hypothesis, but it's not true. I think there are some counterexamples.
I guess numbers only move. Number 1, for example, only moves to the left.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah, one only moved to the left, but
Is there no obstacle to this hypothesis? Maybe 2
I think there are several like greedies, and like for example, the one greedy is that for example, if you have a sequence, like you will see the adjacent pairs from the lowest index to the highest index, and then find some. Then check the versions, then find some sequence. You can just swap. That could be a greedy solution, though. And not only the solution looks slow for the constraints, but it also gets WA, if I remember correctly. I just tested it, and okay,
So in the meantime, I have actually another wrong submission. Wrong submission in the
okay. Really? You have missions? Okay, then let's just see. Okay, so let's just first see Jiangli's screen. We have screens from the contestants this time.
And the submission is wrong answer.
Answer. Okay. Let us just see the
On all test cases, more or less.
emissions. This is doing. Oh wait. There's another submissions from 2, 1. Oh, then it got AC. Oh wait, it's the contestants moving.
Right, so we have to come up with a way we call tool 1 is T.
Here, tool 1 is T. Okay, let's just first see what tool 1 is T is doing.
So we have a Fenwick tree.
Yes.
And then they find the length of longest increasing subsequence for every position that ends in this position, I think.
Yes. Okay. Just messing with it. Yeah. This is its solution from.
And then they make some adjustments.
Yeah. Yes. So I will explain what is what tool first is doing. So yeah, as Coder said, he's calculated the longest increasing thickness that starts from the index I for each line, then calculate the max, calculate the length of the increasing thickness, then what is
And then they go in the order of inverse permutation.
inverse permutation, right?
So it is they find the 1, 2, and so on in the sequence,
Yeah.
and then they adjust the dp values a bit so this I don't understand. And then they just sort by this value. So.
I say this is a bit different from the intended solution, but here since doing something good. Yeah, let me just.
Well, people are telling the echo is fixed now.
Echo is fixed? Oh,
Finally.
finally, thank you.
Thanks a lot
Thanks.
for the technical team.
Technical team. Thank you.
And Jiangli is AC as well.
Should we got SE or? And Jokayan also submitted. Let me check.
And the code size decreased compared to the first submission.
Oh,
So there was some extra, I guess.
yes. Okay, let's just read Jiangli's solution. It's like calculate the length of least in decreasing order in that line. Then seems like Jiangli's solution is exactly the same as my intended solution. Okay, so then I think I have to explain what it's doing to this
Please go ahead.
Jiangli solution.
In the meantime, Joe also got accepted. So we have
Okay.
3 people with 800 points.
Yeah. This is 25 minutes from the start of the contest, and 3 ACs. Yeah, sounds decent. Joe's solution. Yeah, like seems Joe Kayan's solutions are also the same as mine. So let me explain the solution.
So on the chat, people are saying that they can see the standings but not the solution. I think this is intentional. So I don't think the solutions are supposed to be visible to the public yet. So you can just watch the
The
stream.
standings are that big, but we don't see submissions. Submission. Wait. Ah, yeah, that's correct. And I'm not sure why. Okay. Let me just ask the technical team about it. Just a moment.
About what?
Yeah, like why?
Yeah, I think your scene is still visible on the screen.
I don't think because I just switched to the whiteboard. Why?
Yeah, good question.
This is right.
Yes, now we. Okay.
And this is where I don't know.
Yeah, now it's switched correctly.
Okay. Here. Okay, so now everything is okay. I just
explain the solution. So for this LIS problem, the key point is that if let's VI be the length of the longest increasing sequence that starts from this element, like in this way, and let's say we swap these two elements. In this case, it is guaranteed that these two elements have the former is larger than the latter. So this after swapping this VA for so let's say the length of the list is VI and VJ, and after this we have VJ dash and VA dash, but apparently VJ don't decrease and also VI don't decrease, which means that these values don't decrease.
Yes.
So, and since we have the length of the final sequence shouldn't increase, so let's pick the special element. So, for example, let's pick the special elements, which has VI equal global LIS. Yeah. This is the first step. In this case, so what happens with these special elements? If we plot the permutation, on the 2D plane like I point pi, these special elements should be the elements on the lower left corner. But not necessarily all lower left elements are special. Like for example, in this sequence, the length of list starting from this is 2 and this is 2. And so this is special, but for this is 1, so it's not special. And what is happening is that, so let's just consider the first special element. And all the elements to the left of it is larger than this. So, on the other hand, there shouldn't be a swap that swaps with this element and smaller elements on the right, because if we swap these two elements, the length of the global list increases.
Yes.
So, the smaller element cannot pass through this element.
Right.
So, since we want to find the lexicographically smallest one, the first element to be answered should be this element.
Right.
Yeah. Because you can just simply move this to the front. Then, what would be the second element to answer? It's the second element of the special element. Because with the same reasoning, like smaller elements
As for this, and all elements
to
this, you can move this, and it can be observed that when you move these elements, the length of this starting at these elements can increase. For example, if you move this to this, no, it doesn't change. Doesn't change and so what I have to say is that if you move this to left, the length of the list starting at this special element don't increase. That's okay because as you say,
Excuse me, confession room に人が
okay, so we have a guest.
in confession room.
あ、コンペション
ないです。
Okay, so we're welcoming guests to the confession room. So I don't know who is coming. Oh, sorry. Yeah, newbie DMY is coming. Let's just hear.
he also got problem A accepted.
He solved problem A, so he could explain something, or
Yay. Okay, I haven't solved any problem in the last 1 month, so I'm very happy. Like at least some problems are solvable. Yes. Bye bye.
He's just extremely happy that he solved
yeah,
the problem.
Thanks.
seems like he's very happy to solve one problem, but I think he can also solve more problems. Okay, that's a pretty confession. Okay, then. Like, just go back to the solution explanation since it's almost done. So then I just explained how what is the first element of the final answer, then what is the second, and you can just repeat the same thing to.
This echo back. Switch this sound here again.
I think it should be here. So we have special elements. Then you can move the element to front. Then
状況を伝えると今カメラの音声とそっちと二重でやってるって感じなのでコンフェッションルームの時だけここをオンにしてもらうみたいなことではいここですできればちょっと一旦休憩してこれの調整をさせてもらえればと思うんですけどダメだったら今のところはこれをオフにするとこのマイクが切れるのでそうこれを抜いてしまえばいいと思ったこれを一旦抜いてしまいましょうこれ大丈夫です
大丈夫です。これ聞かないですかこれ。
今こちらの方から音が入っています
はい。じゃあこれピンマイク外しちゃっていいんですか。
大丈夫ですただできれば調整したい気持ちはあります
Okay. Another fix has made. Let me check how it's going. It seems like it's working.
Chat saying sounds
Yeah,
good.
good. Okay, so then, if we just move the special element to the front, should be the correct strategy. And after that, like for example, let me just make another example. But we have to do like, for example, let's say like the permutation is like, okay, this is actually a first example. So okay, in this case, the special element is only this because it has this times 2, so I can put here. But you also have to put 1 next to it. So after using special elements, you also have to move the smallest element in the remaining sequence to the front. But if the smallest element is included in the special element, you don't have to do anything. But if not, you need to move the smallest element to the front. And then after that, after moving all special elements and possibly the smallest element, the situation is like this. So we have like some special and small element here and remaining elements here. And the trick is that, and first for each of these elements, there must be element to the left and lower than it. Yes. And the length of list starting from this element doesn't change from the initial permutation. So you can just use the same strategy for rearranging these remaining elements, which means we have to. So first, first we pick the special element as the element which has the value of vi is the length of the list. However, in the second iteration, we pick vi equals lis minus 1 element, and then we move it to the front, and using this strategy. So yeah, this is a kind of a rough idea of the solution. Like,
Yeah, I think it's also equivalent. So we were looking at the first accepted submission by tool 1ST, and I think it was doing something similar essentially. So it first computes the length of the list,
yeah,
and then it was updating it for the smallest element essentially. So it was going from increasing order, and it was saying that if this element is not yet kind of in the output range, then put it to the next row. So I think this was exactly what it's doing. I think so.
yeah.
So basically, it just adjusts list number so that for this one it becomes equal to this, and then just sorts by this list length. So I think it's probably equivalent to what you described as well.
Okay, thank you. That could be the case. Okay, so let's just take a look at the.
So it looks like it's possible to figure out the solution if you just consider what is the smallest value you can put in the first position.
Yeah, so yeah.
What is the smallest value you can put in the second position, and then
Yes, yes.
you kind of don't have any choices to make. Right? So
Yeah.
you first you put this number there and then
Yeah.
see what changed.
That's what. Yeah, that's what lexicographically smallest means, and yeah, this is a very basic strategy for this kind of lexicographically smallest kind of problem.
So maybe we can look now what the contestants who solve this problem are doing, like which
Yeah.
problems they're trying to solve.
Okay, let's just check first and like let me just check who it has solved. Okay, with two first dropping in new medium and Jiangli and Case 48 also solved by problem. So let's see what are they doing. Okay. That's problem.
Right.
Um,
What we found out is that when we are showing contestant screen to you, you don't hear us because of our debugging of the echo. We disabled the microphone that was used on that other scene.
yeah. So it seems like in this scene, you will hear us.
Right.
Okay, so it seems like okay. Okay, so there was a proposal from the technical team that we should have a short break and then set up everything and get back in 10 minutes or so.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so yeah,
See you in 10 minutes.
yeah, see you in 10 minutes. And sorry for inconvenience. We just end the stream for 10 minutes. So I'm sorry.
Should we end the stream or just switch to some screen without
Switch.
microphone?
I'm not sure, like.
Is it alive? Is it alive? Do you hear me?
Yeah, chat can hear us. They're saying.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the issue is fixed. Okay, and so currently there's no big change in the standings. Just check what others are doing. Like for example, Joe Canyon is doing. I think he's doing problem B.
Right. So people seem to be implementing some kind of quadratic DP in problem B, whereas n is up to 100. So I'm not sure if it suggests that the idea is wrong, or is it just we didn't have a need to increase the constraints. So the DP is actually cubic, right? So the quadratic number of states and then a linear number of transitions, it seems. Or no. I think there are 4 nested loops in this part of the code. So yeah, maybe 100 makes sense then.
Here. Okay, so I think I don't need to explain the problem statement of the problem B, at least for now. But it's interesting to see what it's doing now. Okay, what is it? 12? Oh, wait. Oh, something went wrong. Apparently he's debugging.
No, I think no, he's removing debug, so maybe he will submit soon. Even though it prints different numbers. All right.
Okay, so I want to explain the problem statement for problem B. This is the second problem we're working on. So problem B is like here. This is a counting problem. The famous problem. The famous problem is like, task schedulings, which is like, so yeah, you have n days. You have n days, and you also have some m movies. Like, and each movie has a fixed period where you can watch it. Like, one movie is available at this period, one is at this period, one is here, or something. Then, you can watch at most one movie in a day. So then, what is the maximum possible number of distinct movies you can watch? And this is a very classic problem, classic greedy problem. This example is easy because you can just easily watch every movies. Like, but for example, if you have lots of movies like this, you cannot watch everything.
So to solve the classic greedy problem, one way is to sort the movies by kind of when they end, and then try to watch movies which end the earliest.
For example, it says sort the movies in the increasing order at the end. For example, the first movie is like this because it ends in the earliest day. Then see it on the first day. The second one is here, but the first day is occupied with this movie, so it's just see it on the second day, and then, for example, the third day
But doesn't mean we will watch them in this order necessarily, because one of them might extend to the left a bit more, and then we will
Yeah.
watch it earlier.
That's correct. So for example, in this case, we have this movie, but you have to watch it. Everything
Right.
for it. So, yeah, but that's it. So again, I think this is a very classic problem and very well-known problem. What we ask in this problem is that you have a set of m movies this time, but let's consider all subsets of these movies and solve this problem and sum up the answers and find that modulo a large prime.
Right.
So, and the constraint is like, so, like you have like 1n equals 100 days, and movies are up to n plus 1, which means that all movies have distinct range, distinct period. So they're at most like n over n plus 1 over 2 movies. So apparently the polynomial thing don't work with this constraint. So that is a problem.
Right. So, okay, I don't know the solution to this problem, but given that it's an AtCoder problem, my hunch would be that what you have to do is to find some other way to kind of regroup the sum, so that you don't count in the way it's asked, but rather count, let's say in this, if we assume that actually we apply this particular greedy strategy, then for each particular movie we can find for how many subsets we actually choose this movie, can watch this movie. So try to count some sum like this.
It's hard to explain, but actually the solution is pretty based on this greedy. It's more like you have to devise some clever DP state. So for example, like if you just try to DP with this greedy, which means that you have to restore the set of days that we have already used, which is apparently polynomial, and this doesn't work. But if we compress the state in a clever way.
But again, if we're only interested in whether we can watch a particular movie or not, then what we only need in the DP state is how many days from this movie are taken, more or less, or not necessarily.
Yeah, I think I don't think that approach works, because at least my solution is not something like you mentioned. I mean, for each movie, count the number of subsets that this movie is used. My solution is not in that way.
Right.
So, oh wait, Japan already solved the B while we were talking about
All right.
the problems. Great. Oh. Yeah, he's apparently.
This is another, let's say, meta or experience I think many others have in AtCoder contests, in that, well, usually when you are solving some other contest, then you can be behind, but then kind of, usually you are behind by one problem. But here it's very often that, let's say you have 0 and somebody else has 3. So it is a bit of a, for people who still have 0, seeing that somebody already got 2 problems is an interesting feeling, and then they have to somehow deal with it. For example, not to panic, not to try to, I don't know, switch from one problem to another every 2 minutes, but try to still focus and try to solve one of those problems or another problem, but try to really focus on one problem for long enough, even if it takes them longer than the current first place. And I think the AtCoder penalty system actually helps. It encourages you to kind of not give up, because the ultimate penalty time is just the last submission, not the sum of submission times. So somebody who got 2 problems quickly in the beginning, they definitely have an advantage, but it's not as big as an ICPC contest format, where it might become completely impossible to catch them up on penalty time.
just like what others are doing. Jason, yeah, looks like he's doing problem B.
Yeah, so the chat is asking, does Joe Kanyan seriously mean like in Scratch? And I assume it's in response to the question, how did they start programming?
Yeah.
So probably they
Oh,
did like
right.
Scratch at that point, but now they're using something else.
I'm not sure, like, this is just a service question. I didn't ask any detail about this.
And about using LLMs in this contest, it is legal, and I personally, I would love to see some contestants actually using LLMs in some creative way, because we expect that it's not possible to use LLMs to actually solve the problem. Or Marwan
Yeah.
has actually tested the problems before the round to make sure that they cannot be solved directly. But if somebody can use an LLM to, let's say, implement a stupid solution to stress test against, or to help generate a small step in a solution, not the entire solution, then that would be, I think, pretty cool. But so far, I don't think we have any evidence that this is possible.
That's the point. So their AtCoders, like grand contests, are, if I remember correctly, the only contest that admits any usage of AI tools, and because we don't believe AI can directly solve our hard problems. So that's what we are doing, and also this finance is under the same rule. You can use any LLMs and try to use it in some way. Gibson is doing problem B, and Champley is also doing, yeah, I think it's problem B. Tourist, like his screen is frozen. Girl, only his screen is also frozen. Yeah, just staring at problem B. Oh, he's doing problem C, I guess. Like, you know, we have. Just a moment. We have a. We should have like better tools to watch. This is stream. Rick. Oh wait. Rick is trying to read something from old AtCoder contests. I'm not sure what is she doing. It's like it's from old AtCoder contest.
But it's not solved, so submission is 5 days ago. Right?
Yes, so
maybe that's
it's
somebody
like,
she solved recently.
So she's trying to read solution she submitted recently. So I guess like what she's doing is that she has made some observation on this old problem and wrote down something and is trying to remember it now.
Yeah, and there is a comment as a solution actually, so they're reading the comment, not the code.
Interesting.
So far, I think in terms of overall contest strategies, they're still in the stage where there is not really a need to focus on the remaining time. So they still have potentially time to solve everything.
Yeah.
So far, the best strategy is probably just to focus on the problems that you can solve, so have some ideas on. Later, as the contest progresses, you will have to make tough choices and try to focus on what you can finish in the remaining time. But I think so far it's only 1 hour into the contest and 4 hours remaining. So they have some freedom to just try to score as many points as they can. I think also different people try to, essentially when you go to try to solve the contest, the decisions you make lead to some probability distribution, let's say, on the rank you have at the end. And some people really go for maximize the probability of rank 1, trying to do some unconventional strategy. Let's try to start with the hardest problem, thinking that even though most likely this will end in failure, if they succeed, then they get rank 1. Whereas other people just try to maximize probability of rank 3 or just expected rank, and then it's a completely different optimal strategy. And so it is to be expected that maybe host Lyric in this case, she just skipped A and B because it's not what she planned to do.
By the way, we have a better screen for that. Seeing Contestant. For example, this is Contestant screen, which is apparently doing problem B. But he seems to have stopped at some step.
Yeah, I think in this problem it's very easy to come up with a DP that is wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
That you come up with some state which you think counts this correctly, but it double counts in some cases.
That's right.
So it's not necessarily true if somebody has a few screens of code that they're close to getting a correct solution. Whereas, for example, in problem A, most likely if you start coding it, you will get it accepted, I think. Maybe APIAT can disagree.
You just mentioned APIAT who got wrong answer in problem A and just stopped, but when
He's just submitted again, I think.
His screen is not
We
available.
still don't have his screen.
Oh yeah.
It's accepted. I guess proving my point. Thanks.
Let's see what it's doing. What is this? I see. At least I see a complicated structure, more complicated than binary index trees. It's like something. Here it's better. You're doing something different. Maybe it's equivalent.
Segment tree, right?
Yeah, segment trees. But our solution only requires binary index trees, or you can even use set to like reduce set. The only data structure part in the intended solution is to just calculate the longest increase in some sequence starting from each element I.
Maybe they didn't have the observations we have, so he just maintains the length of the longest increase sequence as an array for every element, and then just updates it from the basics, just saying that okay, if this number we swap those two numbers and we need to change it for those, but even that it only changes one number. It's still not super clear why they would need a segment tree for this. Oh, but I guess there is a quadratic number of swaps potentially. So if you cannot do them one by one, if you move a number a lot to the left, then you have to update the length of the longest increasing sequence for a certain range.
Sure.
So maybe that's what they're doing.
Let's just check. But I see that he at least calculates the maximum. Here he at least calculates the maximum of at least DP. I think DPI means the length with the longest increasing sequence starting from the element I. So he's doing the same thing at this moment, and then doing
Well, I think it has to be isomorphic to our solution in the end. I don't think there's too much freedom in what you do in this problem.
here it's in the most broader sense, it's the same as the intended solution.
It also outputs numbers one by one, I think. So it is.
Yeah.
It has to find the same number every step.
Yeah.
Actually, not one by one. I just realized. So it puts some numbers into a vector PC, then reverses it, and then adds it to the answer.
So yeah, what I found is that my solution is like, so let's first list all the special elements which has the value of vi equals to L and plus the minimum element. That was my solution. So we have two types of elements in in a single iteration, but Yuha's solution looks like he has only one iteration and then calculate something. So he just made a bit different observation about which elements are going to the front. Then he calculates it with segment tree and push it.
Right. I think it's also fine. So if
Yeah.
you came up with such solution and you know how to implement it, it might be better to do it than to try to simplify it on paper. Because you just, of course, the other outcome is that you get wrong answer, and then you have to think on paper again. So we seem to have some kind of split on problem A, where some people solved it in half an hour, and then it's been almost 1 hour and a half now, and no further solutions happen. So either people give up on it, or it is there is still kind of, after your explanations, the idea feels too simple to me, but maybe there is some cool observation that is not obvious in these steps, and people have to make it.
I think most of the other people are just trying other problems. Like if you see the standings, you can see that if you spend like 30 or 40 minutes, you have a high chance to solve it. So you can just leave it in the, for example, last hour and just try to focus on other problems.
Mm-hmm.
That could be your strategy. But for example, like, I think, like, for example, Yuri is like apparently trying to find something on the OEIS. I think what she's doing is problem D or problem E, because like they have the problem D and problem E are plus counting problems which have some combinatorial structure. Then it attracts you to search sequences.
Did you try to do this?
Yeah, of course I tried myself, and my conclusion was that it doesn't help much. That's why I set it in this patterns. But okay, so I will prepare like bigger for us because this is what you're seeing. Yeah. The name of the source code is the experiment.cpp. So apparently, it's doing problem D.
Right. This is also, I like, I'm not very successful with it, but I still like a lot, where there is some problem where I know how to learn more by writing some helper program. And this is also where potentially LLMs can help, even if they cannot solve the entire problems. They can help you quickly write such programs that count some simple things. You can print the table, search in OEs, and then kind of iterate.
So this is a bit like off topic, but what I afraid about LLM is that most of the beautiful combinatorial problem is like when you add up like a constant number of these combinations, you get answer things. So if the LLMs is smart enough, they can try all possible combinations of like looking good combinations and find the answer by experiment. I'm not sure if it's feasible in the future or not, but
When you say combinations, you mean combination numbers, like
combinations,
binomial coefficients?
yeah, binomial coefficients.
Right.
Yeah, this is actually what we do at some combinatorial problems. Like I do remember some occasions where I could come up with a solution just by experiment. Like
Well, you need LLM for that, though, to try different ways to
Yes.
add combination numbers. Maybe without LLM, it's much more efficient.
yeah,
Like it's more in the spirit of, I could imagine a heuristic contest where
yeah.
there's a hidden formula, but you just have to kind of guess it. And I suspect LLMs will not be the best tool for that task.
But for this contest, I don't want that to happen. I want the contestants to come up with the solution by themselves. So yeah, I'm just curious, how is this going?
Yeah, on my side, actually, I would be totally excited if somebody can kind of cheese the problem and solve it
Yeah.
in an unexpected way. I think it's pretty cool.
Yes, that's pretty cool. But at least I want them to like struggle for like an hour.
Right.
Oh, she's doing something.
I think she is trying to guess the formula. Okay, not guess, but maybe informed guess. But basically trying to get the table of answers for small inputs that she has printed by some combination of binomials.
Here.
And
Okay, then let me just explain the problem D here, because like I think she has some time to finish before it. So just explain problem D. I know it's nice to have graphs of what she's doing. Let me just get back to let me just show the problem statement. Just a moment. Yeah, DFS order tree. So the problem is like this. You're given an integer n. This is the only input, and what you need is to so I first explain what is BFS ordered tree. So the tree is a rooted tree with the vertex 1 is a root, and the other vertex are labeled in BFS order. So yeah, we have a formal description of BFS order, but yeah, you can just that's BFS order. Then, so for each BFS ordered tree, you have to consider the distance of the last two vertices, which means vertex n minus 1 n, and for each vertex, you have to count that BFS ordered tree with that given distance. So, like, apparently, like for example, if we don't impose the restriction on D and just say calculate the number of BFS ordered tree, this is a combinatorial thing. I mean, I think this is a Catalan number thing. Yeah. And so no, when we just add another restriction on D, it must be something related to Catalan things. And actually, yeah, that's correct. But you need to develop some clever ideas to just get a decent formula. So as you see that the constraint is quite large, like n up to 10 to 6, which means that you can't even spend n squared time.
right, but I think at least for me, the key first step would be anything that is not exponential. So not just trying all trees.
Yeah.
In some sense.
Okay, so
I guess there's probably a statement already hints, or should have hints or a step in the wrong direction to how to represent a tree. So that just by a sequence of parent numbers, which is non-increasing. So I guess you have two constraints, like they have to be non-decreasing, sorry, and then parent of each vertex should be smaller than the vertex itself. And each such sequence defines a BFS order tree.
yes.
So for a polynomial solution, I would try to come up with some DP over those sequences.
Okay. Like, so you just explain the idea of the polynomial solution. Like that. This is the first step. So here, there is a very famous bijection between rooted trees to the bracket sequence, which means
Right.
bracket sequence, which means for example, let's consider the bracket sequence like this, and so let's consider also trees, rooted trees like this, which means that let's start from the root of the vertex, then like run a DFS. Then if we move down the tree, let's append the opening bracket, and let's move down, opening bracket, then go up, closing bracket, down, up, down, up. So, and these
Right.
two trees are like, these two trees are like one-to-one, has one-to-one correspondence. And also this bracket sequence can be expressed by like this. So if you there's the opening bracket, you up, like you go up, like down, you go down, you go up, you go down, you go down, something like this. And in this setting, like the vertex n in BFS order means that since we have the vertex in BFS order, the vertex n has the furthest vertex from root, and among the furthest, it must be the last vertex. For example, so in this case, vertex n is here,
Right.
and the vertex n minus 1 is here. But there are some cases where vertex n is here, and vertex n plus 1 is here, which this case corresponds to the case where vertex n is the furthest, and on the same level there are no other vertex. In that case, vertex n minus 1 is the vertex, the last vertex with the height 1 less than n.
Right.
So then the distance between vertex n and n minus 1 is just the height of this valley between
Right.
n minus n minus 1. Yeah, in this case, it's also the same, but
Plus 1.
plus 1, yeah. Actually, if the height of the valley is d, in this case, the distance is 2d, and in this case, 2d plus 1.
Right.
Yeah, so like, so we have two cases to consider, and so you have to so the polynomial thing is like very easy because you just need to do a DP with like state is like where how x coordinate and y coordinates, and you have already visited n minus 1. And what is the maximum
Right.
value you get? So
But
this is
also, I would imagine if you iterate over the height here, often if you know the value of height here, then everything is summed by binomial coefficients, kind of to try to count
yeah.
the number of ways to choose. Okay, if you choose height here and d, so basically you have fixed those two numbers,
Yes.
then
Then it becomes some binomial.
there's some closed form formula most likely.
Yes, I believe so. But anyway, that would be a kind of like n squared solution for.
Right, but then you just need to sum up essentially, because
Yeah.
what you care about is only d, so you need to sum up this formula over some variable, and
Yeah, yeah.
maybe you can use some FFT tricks to do it, but maybe not.
Yeah,
This
but
model is FFT friendly.
that's technically correct. But the problem is that, for example, I think that your solution has to count as a sub-problem, something like this. So yeah, you have a fixed height h, and you need to count a bracket sequence that is the maximum height is not larger than h.
Right.
You have to count something like this, but this is already a bit tricky problem. It says the answer is not the combination of a constant number of binary coefficients. It's something like
some inclusion-exclusion stuff.
Yes.
Which can be up to n in size.
Yes. Or like there do exist some closed formulas, but the number of terms is like order n over h plus 1.
Right.
So
basically, because it has to kind of go up and then
it doesn't
down.
go up and down. So yeah, that's all inclusion exclusion
That might
things.
still be good enough, like because it leads to n log n.
Yeah. So actually, the final solution is like this. So when you need to like transform the problem into something like this. Of course, this the difficult version of this, and then do something in this complexity, and that's it. That's a pass. I will explain it in more detail later, but let's just get back to the screen. Oh, let's just wait. What? She's still trying to find something on the. Yeah. She's trying to find something on the. But I'm not sure what is this sequence. Like there are many ways you can transform this sequence.
Partly it isn't the OEs.
Yeah, I've checked several approaches, and my conclusion was that it's not on the OES. Maybe after after 5 modifications, there could be some formula, but I don't. But
Is the sub problem of what you were describing, finding
third problem.
Sub problem of kind of finding a bracket sequences which never exceed a certain balance is kind of well known and appears as a sub problem again in some other problems as well.
Yeah.
So that might be what she was searching for in the beginning.
Yeah, actually, she was like looking at the solution of the old AtCoder problem, and actually, that was the problem you mentioned. Yeah.
Right.
Not exactly the same, but very similar problem. So this is the starting point of the solution. So she has a right path in the first step. Actually, definitely. But
this I think is very rewarding when you actually dig like this with OEAs and stuff, and then actually it's not just to gain inspiration, but kind of it's one of the correct steps on the intended solution. I think it's very, very rewarding when you actually find that something clicks. Kind of you see that okay, some sequence appears in OEAs or something similar happens.
let's just see what others are doing. Oh wait, Jokan is doing like.
So I think in the first half an hour, more or less, we had like 4 or 5 submissions. In the second half an hour 2, in the third half an hour 1. So kind of the number of submissions goes down exponentially.
Oh wait, Jokan is also doing problem D, I guess. I'm not sure. Wait. Or is he doing problem E? I'm not sure. Like E is also a counting problem. And
I think he's using file name task1 cpp, but it's not really task1.
yeah, not definitely not the task one. What is it doing?
Be inverting some polynomials.
Here inverting some. Like, I mean, problem is like kind of this problem, but I'm not sure what is it doing. Yeah, like so. Wait. So if I remember correctly, maybe DMY was doing something different. Let me just check. We have a different screen that shows. Wait. What? What?
Click on the stream, it's sharp, so maybe just some internet issue on this laptop. Oh, yeah, now it's better.
Then it becomes better. And for like UBDMI is the name of the CPP file UBDMI is editing is CBRT. I guess it's C brute force. So it's trying to solve problem C. Okay, so I'm gonna just explain what the problem C.
Chat is asking why 3 counting problems in the same contest.
What's 3 counts? Like because like I have some candidates problems, but then gradually I know 3 is 3 sounds too many for like 5 problems. I know that, but when I try to choose the best problem set, I had to include it all. Like, does it look better? Because I can just.
Yeah, I think it looks decent now. Yeah, I think it is really decent.
Okay, so just a moment, I need to activate my mic. Does it sound good? Okay, so let me explain the problem C. Problem C is like, so you have lots of balls. You have lots of balls and with integers written on them. Integers range 1 from n, and for each integer I, you have ai balls written on them. So for example, if the input is 1, 2, 2, 1, like they're like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the balls you have, and you have to pair up these balls. So it is guaranteed that the number of balls is an even number, and also, so, and for each pair, the paired ball should have the different number. For example, like 1, 2, or for example, is.
So whether it's possible at all was again a classical question.
Yeah. So, but the constraint of this problem guarantees that it's possible to form a.
So no number is bigger than the sum of the rest.
Yeah. So then after pairing up, we will update the number. So since you have 2 different numbers on the pair, one is smaller and the other is larger, and for the smaller one we add 0.5, and for the larger one we subtract 0.5, which means that, for example, for a pair 1, 3 becomes 1.5 and 2.5. And we do that for all pairs, like this becomes 2.5, 2.5, and 2, 4 becomes 2.5, 3.5. And after that, let's count the frequency of each number. For example, in this case, 2.5 has a frequency of 4.
All right.
So, and what we want to do is to minimize the maximum frequency after this operation. For example, yeah, if this pairing is the maximum frequency of 4, but if we pair up the numbers, in a way like, yeah, this way it means like 1.5, 1.5, 2.5, 2.5, like 3.5, 3.5. Yeah.
So far, actually, this pairing kind of looks reasonable. So why is it not always optimal to pair adjacent numbers?
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, there do exist some counterexamples.
Because first, you cannot pair adjacent equal numbers, right? So you have to do something about that.
So for example, like, yeah, for example, if you have like 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, like
Right.
apparently you cannot.
You have to. Yeah.
You have to like move things like this. So yeah, that's where the things becomes complicated.
But ultimately, kind of what matters is what happens between adjacent values, right? So kind of equal values can only appear from adjacent ones. So you have like some 2s and some 3s. That's the only way 2.5s can appear. So
that's correct. So yeah, like
which again suggests like one way to solve it polynomially, at least, would be to try to have some DP which goes in this order, kind of in the order of numbers, and try to kind of for each number decide how many go up and how many go down in the matching. That's kind of the only thing you care about, and then I think it leads to a polynomial solution.
Yeah, but the thing is that the number of the kinds of the integers n is like up to 250,000.
Right. It's
And
total number of
for
balls.
each number, they're up to 10 to 9 balls.
Right. So it's polynomial, not even in the input size.
Yeah. So.
But at least maybe that can lead to some observations.
Yes.
Or maybe not.
Actually, that's a very good approach. So, like, so the DP solution is like, let's just process first. Oh wait. They just process first. So what Peter said is like, oh, okay, so let's just process first I elements. Then, like, there must be like, for example, for this element, some X elements go to the right, and then also there are also like Y unmatched balls.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is a valid DP, but with a very, very large constant. So, but actually, yeah, this is a good approach. Actually, yeah. Of course, yeah, we have to like develop more ideas, but this is a good start. And so, yeah, for this problem, like it is not, the structure is more complicated than I thought, because, for example, like let's say, for example, the input value is like AI. So if we multiply all AIs for some fixed constants, like say C,
Okay.
My intuition was that the answer is also multiplied by C. That was my first intuition when I was.
Because there could definitely be some parity issues, right? So.
Yeah, but yeah, there are some parity issues, but not only parity issues. There also exists some very.
Is this a bit unexpected?
Yeah.
That is unexpected. That there is more than parity issues.
Yeah, there's more than parity issues, and yeah. So, which means that, so, for example, so why this happened is that there are a way to like write down this problem as linear programming, which means that, as you said, for example, for each For each number, you can choose x to xi to the right, and then ai minus xi to the left.
Right,
Then
and then-
all the constraints are
Just some parentheses sequence, like essentially.
so-
You have to.
the balance and sequence, which means that they are all linear combinations of
Right.
xi. So this is and linear programming. And but in this problem you have to make it integer, and like there are several problems like where if you formulate the problem in linear programming, the answer is automatically become integers. Yeah, but this time it's not true. If we formulate it with linear programming, the answer is like a very
And not even half integer.
not a half integer. Like there's x over
Right.
like 101 or something
Right.
could happen.
It makes sense.
Yeah. That is where the difficulty of this problem come from. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, that's a rough idea. I will explain this.
I'm a bit confused. What could brute force do in this problem? So what would you brute force over?
I first like generated like a small test where, of course, n is small, but the number of balls is also small, and then I did like exponential things about just check this brute force the number of right and blue, right and left.
Right. But the more like what would you so I think new Yedmi was printing some 2D table. So what are the kind of access? Like what were the numbers he was looking at? Like answers for only two types of balls. Only two types of balls makes too much sense.
Okay, but let's just.
It's just a bit hard to kind of. Whereas there's only a single number n in the input, there are many natural things you can kind of print and search on OEs. But in this case, it's a bit harder to understand.
Well, I'm also don't understand why. What is he?
Yes, I guess one thing you could actually do is you could implement brute force solution and then try to implement some plausible looking ideas and find the smallest case where they differ
Yeah.
to kind of to guide your intuition. So maybe that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I think what NewBDMI is doing is like that. But while we were talking, he switched to the cbrute2.cpp, so he has started writing something different.
Still on the same problem though.
Still on the same problem, but I'm not sure.
Right. So yeah, I guess if the exponential decrease in the number of submissions continues, we'll have no more submissions in the remainder of the contest.
I'm not sure. I think that the solution is just the people who started with problem A just solved A and went another problem, and all others are just considering another problem. I don't think others are getting stuck on problem A because they are so good. Okay, let's just see what
Oh, we actually have a submission from Omnik on A.
Oh wait, Dominic got submitted A. Just a moment. I need to check. Yeah.
So we did get a submission in the second hour.
Here. Then we got problem C. Yes. Very nice.
So I guess
Here. think what he's doing is, yeah, it's the same as my intended solution.
Yeah. He could be also a person to go to a confession booth after solving a problem, but
Yeah, so
We'll
yeah,
see how it
before
goes.
the contest, he said like, I want to solve a single problem. So maybe he can, but also you can just continue solving other problems. Yeah.
right. So I wanted to ask, IMO, the International Mathematics Olympiad, is happening more or less this week as well
Yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you're following it, or like, did you try to solve problems, for example?
Actually, I solved some problem yesterday. Like, I solved the problem of like their dots on the plane with n by n square shape, n by n triangle shape, and then draw a line of n line things. Yeah, I solved it yesterday. I also tried another problem, which is like placing tiles on a 225 times 225 large rectangle, but I couldn't solve it. Yeah. So as for the IMO things, I want to mention that one of the finalists this year, Lars Nix, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, has actually won 2 IMOs in the past.
Oh wow.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh yeah, his screen is on. So yeah, let's see what this IMO champion is doing now.
So do you, when you come up with the problems, do you also take inspiration from like IMO style problems?
No, I try to check IMO problems, especially combinatorial problems, but it's very hard to invent computer programming problem from that. Let's just see what.
But do you know who is, let's say, coming up with problems for Japanese MO? And do you communicate with them, or like, are you in the same community, or is it
I'm
more or
not.
less separate?
I really don't know about. Oh wait, he's installing some extension during the contest.
Copilot? It's
Copilot.
allowed, right?
Yeah, it's allowed, but it's interesting to install it during the contest.
Right.
Seems like he's doing problem A. I'm not sure if it took him like one hour and 48 minutes to come up with this, or he was trying another problem and just gave up and returned to problem A. It seems like he is confused with copilots.
In most problems in AtCoder, Grand Codes, and WTF, the expected code is very short.
Yeah.
So there is not that much help you get from completion. It doesn't save you too much time because you don't need to write too much code.
No, but but that happens with the easy, like I'd say that easy one on the Grand Contest or for the finals are very hard ones in the general sense, but I'd say like the harder ones on Grand Contest or World Finals can require some heavy implementation sometimes.
Okay.
Because my policy on implementation versus idea is that the amount of idea should be larger than the amount of implementation. So if the
But both can be large.
So both can be large.
Right. But also sometimes there is implementation which does not end up in the final submission. Like
Yeah.
we were looking at several people implementing brute forces, which can be actually longer than the correct solution, but they just needed to get the right ideas.
Yeah, like. Yeah,
And there, having compiled a similar extension can probably help do it faster.
Yeah, as you said, like sometimes the stress testing code is much larger than the solution itself. Like since I'm preparing contests, so I often feels like, okay, I just finished writing the solution in 10 minutes and then I have to spend like 20 minutes on brute forcing. It's like in some problem, brute force is very hard to write. Or
did you prepare all problems by yourself for this contest?
Yes.
You only had testers, or did
I
somebody
only-
actually prepare? one of
no,
the
I
problems?
prepared all problems. We only had testers. Yeah.
Did testers find any issues,
Uh,
or maybe it's not public? So.
No, like, yeah, like, testers, yeah, like, there are some feedbacks about, like, time limits or something, but there are no serious issues. So, yeah.
I guess for this contest, it's relatively easy to find testers because only 12 people can participate.
Yeah.
But what do you do for AGCs? How do people choose to be testers instead of participants?
Yeah, I just ask. So yeah, AtCoder has a large number of writers in our communication tools. So we just ask them if anyone is interested in testing our contest, please contact me. And that some people are like, there are some people who don't often do contests since they're busy on like weekends, but they have time and passion to solve problems, and they can sometimes help me.
Right.
But sometimes it is very hard to find the testers because everyone wants to participate in.
But also, I think testers have hard expectations, so participants will probably not solve the hardest problems.
Yeah.
But you have to have additional solutions for the hardest problems, so
Yeah.
testers might have to spend more time than
Yeah.
3 or 4 hours.
Like, tester. Yeah. Like testers can read my solution and implement things, but they at least need to verify all the details about the solution.
Right.
So. Just look at see what he's doing. Oh, this is Shokanyan is doing something on, I guess, problem E, but I don't see much progress here. For Kevin, he's doing problem B, but the solution became much longer. Yeah.
Well, it's still a DP,
Yeah,
so it's not
still
completely
he's-
wrong.
Yeah, he's still doing DP, I guess. Okay, let's just see. Okay, let's see. Okay, here's a screen for Kevin's. Here he's doing. Here.
Do you think what seems to happen is that he again has some DP and maybe
Yeah.
also brute force implemented and then
Yeah.
prints cases where it doesn't match?
Yes, but I'm not sure what his actual solution is. It only says, yeah, I see failing one. I only see failing or loop. Oh, wait, this DP match fail could be just the name of the variable, not
Right.
something
That's
incorrect.
Yeah. So there are like again 4 nested loops, which is I think what the correct solution probably also has. So
Yes, actually, the correct solution has a complexity of n to fifths, but like as you can guess, like fifths is like you have like many,
Mhm.
since that you have to pick several positions on the
the
n,
constant
and
is very
the
small,
constant
like-
is, becomes very small, and it runs in very reasonable time. And
Mhm.
the reason why n is 100 is that, so for example, if we just let n is 50, one can try something, the 2 to n over 2 things,
Mhm.
or I just don't want them to pass, so I just set n 100.
All right.
But we,
I don't think we had any time limit. Actually, we did have a time limit exceeded for
here,
Yuhao on problem A. So, but in general, time limit is not something that people have to do as AtCoder. Like you're not really
here,
optimizing your constant too much usually.
here, I don't believe you need constant optimization in this contest. Maybe for in problem D, you might have,
Mhm.
you could, if your solution is worse,
Because it's n log n and n is a
Okay.
million.
and a million, and
Mhm. Right.
so, but I don't think this is the big issue here in this contest. Like, because for example, like, yeah, for problem D, like we have Python solution
Mhm.
which passed this time limit. So
All right.
I don't think C++ users have the right to complain about the time limit.
Right. It's very different compared to yesterday. I think where for almost everybody at some point you are doing this constant optimization and this heuristic
Yeah.
contest where you just want to try more options in your
Yeah.
allotted time. So if you make it faster, then you find more.
Here. What Kevin looks stuck. Okay, let's see as a solution. What is Jiangli is doing? Is okay. Oh yeah. So it's a B.cpp, so it must be problem B, and he's also doing some DPs, but I'm not sure whether this is correct or not. I think this is pretty like. So it seems like Zhou Kanyan was very, very good at problem B compared to others. Like, I assume that, like, other people, I mean, for example, Kaysen or Jiangli were doing problem B after solving problem A, but Zhou Kanyan solved it very smoothly, but others are having difficulty in problem B. Well, they could have just considered other problems, but yeah.
Do you think there is a probability that Zhou and Yang, let's say, just came up with the same problem independently? And because the statement is somewhat natural, I guess?
Yeah, but if that's the case, I don't think it took him like 35 minutes to finish
Right.
problem B. So
That's fair.
I think he just solved it from scratch and finished in 35 minutes. Yeah,
How do you approach this part in general? So again, when you set these problems for this very important contest, how do you check if they're not well known?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. Like I do everything I can do to check problems. For example, in these days there are LLMs which are very good at research, so I just ask them to find a problem related similar to this statement.
Would they use some custom service, like was some people in Codeforce were publishing some whatever embedding-based retrieval of nearest problems? I do use that, or it's again maybe secret and you don't want to tell?
Yeah,
too
I
much?
also use that, but honestly, they don't match. They don't work so well, at least currently, because I'm not sure why. Yeah, they can. Yeah, like they can just detect like exact match or something, but for example, for this problem B, currently problem B asks you to find some of the maximum number of movies you can watch for all subsets, but the first idea of problem B is that count the number of subsets that you can watch a movie every day. So yeah,
Different movie every day.
different movies. Yeah, they're like almost identical problem, but yeah, they look different in the first glance, and I don't think the current like problem searching machine can handle that correctly, or yeah, they can handle it to some extent, but currently, yeah, I just tested some. For example, like once I key in the old AGC, not that old, in the previous AGC, there was a like coincidence where our problem was the same as some USACO problems, but after the contest, I tried to search my problem on that search engine, but it didn't show up. So I don't think currently problem searching method is not that good.
So you mentioned, I think today in the morning, that there was actually a problem that you excluded from today's finals because it was matching some other problems that appeared. How did you find that match?
Actually, it's not. Yeah, as I say, it's not about match. It's about like I found like different solution that could easily pass.
I see.
So yeah, so it's here. So if you look at our Word to Final page carefully, you could have noticed that at some moment there are 6 problems, but it's now 5, and the reason is that one of the problems was blown up because I found different solutions, which is not intended and which is dirty, but hard to kill. That's and before that, so among the 6 problems, the 3 were counting, but the deleted problem was not counting one. So now we have 3 counting problems into 5. So yeah, that's why we have 3, more than half counting problem on the problem set.
So chat is asking if we can introduce our participants a bit.
Oh, yes.
That might work. So
I think like there is some. I think also there do exist some explanatory video for each participant. I guess it's better to explain each participant by ourselves. So for example, okay, let's just take a look at the first participants. So we just explained the Jokanyan. He's already super legend. He's under 18 or no? Like so, I said he has just graduated in high school or so, but he's already a super legend because not only he won IOI with full score, but he also excelled in many contests. If you have seen AtCoder Grand Contest, you can see he's dominating others. I'm not sure why, but he says he seems to be good at like my problems, or so I think he has high chance to win this contest, given that he has a good lead at this moment.
And he has 2nd place last year.
Yeah, he has 2nd place last year. So so then next part is when the KSM48. He's also he's also a great participant. And yeah, I remember that when I first met him it was some ICPC World Finals in Porto, I guess. At the time, our team was third and Kevin's team was second. Yeah. So that was the moment I met him first, and he has been very, very good in like every contest. So he has also our usual finalists of AtCoder finals.
He also has never won, but he got second and third place in last two finals.
Yeah, so yeah, he has a very good place, but he haven't won World Finals. So.
And he's also, I think we're going through the contestants in the order of the qualification. So he
Yeah,
was
so,
second in the qualification
yeah.
by AGCs as well.
Yes, we are going through the qualification order. And that is KSM48.
So yeah, I think
Let's go
Joe
check.
Han Yang is now probably in university, and I guess Kevin, I'm not sure he's still in university or not anymore.
I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure, like, sorry, I'm not sure, like, I heard like Kevin is working with AtCoder, which is also, at least working with AtCoder in a, like AI venture, cognition, yeah, so, which develops Devin.
Right.
So, he's also.
Right, so.
Then let's move into Jiangli. Oh. Unfortunately, he hasn't answered our service, but he's also a very good. He has won many. He has won like ICPC. What?
ICPC once,
Why
and then
he won?
AtCoder 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago he won AtCoder. He was also very good at every contest he participates. Oh, there is a story about him. So there was this contest in Hong Kong this year, this in March, I guess, and I was staying in the same room with Jiangli, and during the stay there was it was some Europe EUC finals or something in the core forces. So I and my teammate Hasrik and Maspi gathered at my room and participated in that EUC. And in the same room, Jiangli participated in the same contest by himself. So it's like team of 3 versus Jiangli, and Jiangli won. So he's too good.
Right, yeah, I think I was one of the problem setters on that contest, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Cool.
So then to first. Honestly, I don't know him personally. Like, I know his name because it's very fun. And when he appeared, he's very famous in the community. Like, his name looks like some random fan of a tourist, but he's actually very strong. So he's very famous in some sense, but
CP Hof says he got first place in IOI as well.
Oh, really?
Or maybe it's a false merge, I'm not sure.
Since many Chinese contestants are too good and they sometimes change user name, I cannot track all of them, but so it seems like he's super good. Okay. That is him. To first. Or tourist. I'm not sure what's the correct pronunciation of his name. Okay, let's move on to the next contestant.
Our current champion.
Oh, wait. KSM48 has just submitted problem B. Let's just see. Kevin's submission.
It's TLE.
TLE, really?
Maybe that he did not intend to get accept. Maybe he just wanted to check also that if it's wrong answer as well, or just TLE. It could also be the case that.
I'm not sure.
At least that's what I do at AtCoder sometimes. I just
Yeah.
try to get information from the judgment system like this.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
So how many nested loops does he have?
Okay, let me
3,
check.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think he has 6 nested loops in the
Yeah, six.
this loop.
6 sounds too much. Like,
Yeah, so
5 is enough.
All R, C, PR, PL, and fail.
yeah.
But most likely, I would guess that if he gets only TLE, not wrong answers, he will be able to optimize out one of the loops by just finding some partial sums, stuff like this.
Yeah.
So that is probably not too hard.
Yeah. Not sure.
So maybe we can introduce him now, even though it's out of order.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we already introduced him now. Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we already
Where
introduced him.
where
Was
where
it
was
Andrew
it?
Exnerwell?
Oh, Andrew, yeah, yes. So for Andrew, yeah, I first met Andrew in the same ICPC quarterfinal where he was attending with Kevin, and yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that after the contest, I went to his team and asked how many problems did you solve, and heard 9 and oh, we're done. Yeah, so he's also very good, and oh, I'd like to mention that he has won the AtCoder World Finals last year. So.
Yes.
He also has he also have visited Japan like several times, not only for AtCoder finals, but he just came here for like sightseeing, and I was once met with him and went to some restaurant and had some great conversations. Yeah, he's very friendly and.
Alright. So today doesn't go so well
Yeah,
for
so
him, it seems.
seems like he has only solved. He doesn't solve any problem, right?
Alright. I don't think he did. No.
But I think, yeah. Currently, he's opening problem C and starts implementing something. So, I guess he's trying to.
And again, because of the contest format, nothing is lost for him. I think he can easily
Yeah.
solve C and then come back and solve A and B and be first place.
So, this is 250 minutes into the contest, but yeah, I think everyone has a chance to win this contest at this moment. Yes.
Alright.
Ukraine has a great lead, but for example, the final problem is worth 2,000 points. So if you suddenly solve it, you will jump up to the first place.
Alright.
Yeah. So then let's move to Radibush. And I think he's he's a very, very famous Polish competitor. And he's also too strong. I remember that this year in this year's Universal Cup Finals, he prepared a competitive programming quiz, which asks you some funny historical things about computer programming, and that was very fun. So he's a very good person.
Right.
So is
I think
he?
in the past,
Yeah.
we had a lot of strong competitors from Poland in competitive programming, but somehow that's not true anymore. At least that they don't qualify for the AtCoder World Finals. I think he's the only one who keeps qualifying and coming every year.
But I think the Polish community is still, I'm not sure if it's as active as before, but it's active to some extent. Like, I see like some Polish contests and they're still very good, so.
Yeah, I think what seems to happen in many countries, actually, maybe not just Poland, and then there's still a lot of activity and interest at IOI level, but somehow at ICPC level it dies out, and so people in university start doing other things, I guess.
Alright, that's understandable, but I have Radish will keep continuing.
Right.
Yeah, let's move on to newbie DNY. Yeah. So he's a right. He's also a good competitor, and I remember that he changed Codeforce's handle very often. So yeah, actually I'm not sure what's his current CF handle. It was Slime at some moment. Is it Slime?
No, probably it's Heuristica now.
It is Heuristica, okay.
Right. So recently I actually did a Universal Cup round with him.
Oh, yeah.
It was a very nice experience.
Yeah.
Usually I cannot, or I or my team cannot solve Universal Cup problems so well anymore, but it was somehow very easy together with Minion.
Yeah.
And I even got a feeling that I also solved some problem, not just him.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a false feeling. But he is very strong.
Yeah. He's very friendly person, and I think he often says "too strong." That is very characteristic word from him. Yeah, and I love it. So, also, I have to mention that he has won ICPC once. Yeah.
I think he mentioned that now these days he doesn't practice too much anymore. I don't think he participates in like regular contests. Maybe with the exception of AGCs to qualify here.
So
even Universal Cup, I think he's not doing so regularly anymore.
But he do participate in some contests, like for example, AtCoders, or in some other like contests. I hope to see him coming next year on. Okay, then let's move on to the last rig. Okay, so she's a legend from Japan, so I know her well. But yeah, as you can see from the screen, like she has a star from Mass Olympiad student, but then gradually, then like she won like IMO gold and IOI gold, so very good at International Olympiad. Then after graduation, she just like concentrated on programming competition, and like she won. She got ICPC gold, and then the most recent and the brilliant result of her career is that she has won like MIT AT contest this year. And she has always said like she tends to get second place. For example, she got second at IOI, second at Yandex Cup, second at TCO, if I remember correctly.
Right. Yes. There was second at TCO and quite a few of second places. So this was the first place, at least in the CP Hop.
Yeah.
But it's also amazing how wide this table of results is on CP Hop. So she has been participating for a really long time, and the level only seems to go up.
Yeah.
So that's very amazing.
It's very amazing. Like because I saw many people are retiring when they turn like age of 25 or so, but so I just love to see people above my ages trying even harder than me. And
very confident. And
So again, today doesn't go very well for her so far.
yes, but I think
But she's
she
working on
is
E.
working, yeah, E or
Or
D,
D,
or
right.
D, yes, for a long time, and yeah, so there's some decent possibility that she could win, like, you know, in solving hard counting, so she's very good at counting, so yeah, there's a decent possibility that you can solve it.
And currently the screen still shows some dimba, some kind of
Yeah, some
tables
kind of
printed for D.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, she's like doing this thing for 1.5 hours. So yeah, seems like the searching on OEIS doesn't help too much. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm just relieved to see that. Let's see how she can come up with the solutions. Okay, so let's move on to the next participants. Nashi, he's not sharing his screen, but okay, let me explain him. Like, he's a Japanese participant, and yeah, I remember that he started computer programming in, like, I think he started in late high school, so unfortunately he hadn't have time to become IOI golder, but like he went to ICPC, and I want to mention that the algorithm he invented in recently, it was a composition of formal power series. It was, before his invention, the best algorithm was like kind of a very complicated square root decomposition thing, but he invented a very clever and fast practical and log squared and composition thing. Yeah, I think that's his greatest achievement currently. So, but I hope to see like him getting a great achievement in contests like this. Yeah.
She also got gold on the World Finals.
Gold for has, yeah. So for CSPC, yeah. So I also mentioned about the university. So traditionally, the strongest university in Japan in ICPC was University of Tokyo, but he's from University of Tokyo Institute. Oh, yeah, Tokyo Institute, and recently Tokyo Institute has grown so much. University of Tokyo and Tokyo Tech is like battling each other, and I think that's very good. So here, I hope to see his great performance.
Motivation for the contest is I want to solve one problem. So still working on that so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, since he's not. Okay, so but okay, since he's not sharing screen to the stream, but I can see his screen. Okay, let's just check what he's doing for us. Like, yeah. See, he's trying to. Apparently, he has. So he's opened problem D and currently reading his own blog. So he has his own blog and summarized his thoughts on some algorithms. What is his? Oh, he's also like searching Lagrange inversion, which is. I think he's. Oh wait, but I think he's working on B and D and E, I guess, because I see he's opening the statement of problem D, but I also see page Holds theorem, which is a kind of related to the bipartite matching, which is apparently a problem B.
Okay.
And I think that this Lagrange inversion thing is related to the problem E. So I think he's trying to solve one counting problem. So
right.
That's what he's doing now. Okay. Then let's just see. Let's just see glass next screen. So I didn't know his name before he won the AGC in the last year, and yeah, so we were like kind of panicked to see his name because we didn't know his name. So it looks like random Chinese guy popped out on the AGCs, and we were even wondering if this was some alternative account of some strong Chinese. And I've asked some Chinese friend about who is him, and it turns out that he's like a legend from the IMO, and and apparently he's doing computer programming. He has started computer programming and becoming very strong quickly. And so yeah.
Yeah, I think it is in China in particular, it's impossible to qualify for both IOI and IMO.
Yeah, if I
So
remember
it's more
correctly.
common that people can discover competitive programming only later if they were
Yeah.
focusing on IMO in the school
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, I think so. So he has won 2 IMO with full scores for both years. That is so amazing. That
Right. Is
I-
full score in IMO more common than IOI or less common?
I'm not sure. Like I see, for example, for some year, IMO has several full scores, like 6 full score participants or sometimes, but for some year they don't have a single first score participant. Since I'm not an IMO expert, I can't. I'm not sure.
I think they don't have partial scores. On IOI, it's very often that there's a problem where full solution is really hard, like really hard.
Yeah.
Then you can get 90 points. But on IMO, if you don't solve, then you get more like 2 points. You don't get like 6 if you don't solve the problem.
I see.
So.
But anyway, yeah, he's too strong in math, so let's see how he's going. I guess he's good at counting problems, so this problem set could be good for him, but he hasn't solved any problems, so. And what is he doing? He's doing problem A. So as I said, he just told me, oh wait, 2 first solve the problem B. Okay, so let's just break this explanation. Let's see 2 first.
He was in second place anyway, so it didn't change the scoreboard.
Let's see. Oh, 2 first screen is not showing. Let me ask.
Yeah, he also has fifth place solution, I think. 5th power solution.
This power solution, yeah.
So there are 2 outer loops, and then for each segment there are like 3 loops to find.
Yeah. Okay, I'll show you his. Okay, yeah, this is. Yes, this is his solution. Yeah, this is the 5th loop. So you have like. Wait. Here, colic ij n squared equals to colic ij. They're like 3 loops. Yeah, so and 5th solution. But yeah, it runs in 505 milliseconds. So since the time limit is 4 seconds, yeah, they're pretty much easy to pass. 5th solution in this problem.
It's also interesting that he doesn't use like modular class, which I think most contestants usually have a modular class now.
Yes.
He just does modular operations
I
manually.
agree. Like, I agree. Modular is better to use in every cases.
Well, one case where you cannot, or at least it's harder to use it, you don't have pre-written code access. Like in the ICPC World Finals, maybe you don't want to waste time typing your modular class in the beginning.
But I remember that my team just typed modular class templates when Contest started in
Right.
ICPC. Yeah.
And also, I think in the ICPC World Finals, there may be less counting problems, so you might not even need it.
Yeah, but I remember that ICPC sometimes asks you to do FFT.
All right.
Yeah, so I remember I did it in Dhaka. Okay, so let's move on to the like finalist explanation. Let's go to Umnik's. Umnik is like he's a very famous participant. He's very famous not only for his great performance, but his funny blog on core process sometimes. And you're like, so I remember that he said he wants to solve a single problem, so he at least reach that goal, but I think he can solve more. So his achievement was like, so he have come to World AtCoder finals several times, and I also remember that he won some ICPC.
Right.
Yeah.
He won the Moscow World Finals.
Moscow World.
And also Snackdown in 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
You're like
Yeah, I think.
some Japanese like his like shit bus very much, and I remember that heuristic finalists, one of the heuristic finalists from Japan said the person he respects is Umnik. So he's very famous in Japan. I love to see him.
Actually, it's a bit similar to the Polish story that we used to have quite a few Russian-speaking participants in this type of contest, but not anymore again. So it seems that currently the results went down. But Umnik is still representing the Russian-speaking world here.
Yeah, I remember that when AtCoder final started, it was in 2019, and at the time finalists were only 8 people, and I remember that almost half of them are at least can speak Russian, but currently now the dominating country changed to China. Recently the Chinese community is too strong. So for example, okay, let's just move on to that APS. Okay, his screen went down again, but let's just. Okay, so Appius, he's also a legend. Like, he's a champion with the first AtCoder finals, and like he has won many contests if I remember correctly, but yeah.
Yeah, he won TCO.
TCO, yeah.
And he got gold at II.
But yeah, yes. And like, he's very. I don't remember when I first met him, but yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, so a few years ago. A few years ago, like there was a Kaysen solved problem B. Okay.
He had time limit before.
Yeah, he had
I
time
guess
limit
he
for
managed
that.
to speed it up.
Figure it out, yeah. Let's just see what his solution looks like. Oh. Here it's Kevin's solution.
Yeah, so one of the loops is commented out
Oh,
over R. You see on the line 145.
145?
There is just one more loop that is commented out.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I guess he collapsed some DP states
Hmm.
so that he doesn't have to have so many.
Yeah, seems correct. Here. Seems like, I think Kevin's solution is a bit different from intended solution because like intended solution, yeah, uses DPs, but the space of the DP is like n squared. Apparently his solution is using n cubed space, so this is kind of different things.
Yes,
But-
I think so as well.
Oh yeah.
Which suggests that maybe because he managed to optimize his solution n times
Yes.
and get a different one, maybe an n to the fourth solution is possible if
Oh.
you do both optimizations. But maybe not.
I'm not sure. Okay.
But also, I guess if nobody solves C, D, and E, then we
CD.
already have our top three
Here,
fixed, more or less.
I'm sure. Like it just depends on how C and D and E can be solved by others. So, for example, let's look at. Oh wait. Oz was working on problem D, but now is reading problem E. Does that mean she has she has some good idea on problem D or just gave up? I'm not sure. And I also remember DVDM when I was doing. Oh wait, he has just submitted problem C. Oh wait,
Nice. That was a very
Nice.
nice switch.
let's just see what's happening with
Seems to be passing.
Simpson passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's reloading the page. Yeah, I got accepted. Yeah, very nice. DVDM, I finally did it. Okay, let's just. Okay. Just see his. So here, as you can imagine, the solution to C is like binary search on answer. So for a fixed amount D, you have to like move the balls so that the same number doesn't contain larger than D balls. And what is doing here? Check grid. So what is the? Oh wait, what? Where is it? What is the final solution part? I check grid. Okay, check grid.
Yeah, it seems to have maintained some kind of front, like a decreasing front in this Q
Yeah.
variable.
Yes.
Um,
Actually, that's the intended solution. So okay. I would briefly explain the idea of problem C now. Then, okay, let's move into the whiteboard screen. Okay. So the correct approach to problem C is like this. As we mentioned, like the DP on this, like process the first I elements and then count the number of elements which goes to right and use the DP. That's a correct path to solve the problem. And the problem is that there are too many candidate positions. For example, as we said here, let's say we have process first I elements, then from the last elements we have like X to go. Then there are also Y unmatched elements. Then if we, for example, if we store all the candidate of Xi's, they're like order of 10 to 9 or 10 to 9 square, 10 to 9 square.
But we don't need to count, we just need to check if it's
Yeah,
possible
check
or
if
not.
it's possible.
So we can kind of store only interesting ones.
Interesting ones. And so the interesting is, what is interesting one is that if we plot these X and Y's, it's like this shape, which means that, okay, so if for each X, let's store the maximum Y that you can attain, then its envelope is like convex, upper convex.
I guess maximum, but not exceeding half or something, or
No, you can just
always having it as high as possible. Is it?
No.
Is it
Yeah,
okay?
it's not true that you always take the maximum, but
if you can get the maximum, you can get all smaller numbers.
all smaller number. Yes. So for the smallest, so we have the situations like this. We have smallest confession.
Okay. Okay, a small break. Because we have a confession from again from Minion.
何？いや誰か蔵に来てる人じゃあ案内してください。すみませんお願いします。
どこか知らないごめん。
UBD ジャッジルーム。
あっち？
ジャッジル違うあっちにコンテストルーム。UBDMI に。コンフェッションルーム知らない。Okay, so we have a confession from UBDMI. I guess he would explain his solution on problem C or his strategy on other problems. Let's just wait.
Is he going to say too strong?
Yeah.
Yay! Okay. Don't worry. Actually, last time, like when I participated in World War Finals 2 years ago, I also like there was a moment when I solved some problem where nobody else solved. I was very but in the end I didn't solve anything more. So I don't want the same thing to happen again. So hopefully I can still solve like more questions. And still I'm very happy because I feel I'm almost retired. So I'm happy like I can solve something. Thanks. Thank you to the problem setter. Yeah, although I think problem C is not that hard. Not sure why not many people have tried that. Yeah, so thanks. Yeah.
It's done? Okay. Looks like it's done. So, yeah. He seems to be very happy about solving problem C, and yeah. I hope he solves another problem, hopefully the hardest one, harder one in the end, okay? So, so let me just continue explaining the solutions to problem C.
You want to switch to the plan where the whiteboard is bigger?
Sorry, wait, just okay. So yeah, if we plot all the x, y, and all you need to store is that the minimum value of x and the maximum value of x and the upper envelope of the x. So it is true that at some moment you don't have, like, there are several invalid positions in here, but you can just make it valid because, for example, if we have x moving from here and y and match points, you can just assume that there are x plus 1 or x plus 2 moving from here without changing y, because that only decreases the number of leftables that can come from, right? So you can just increase x. So you don't have to care about invalid points here. So you can just always assume that. So what we want to assume is that for all y, the minimum x, and then if we plot everything like in this form, it becomes some envelope.
Right.
Of course, we have some parity things like y should be 1 or 2 modulo 2, but if we consider this, everything becomes like this shape, and the transition is like, so since we assume that x can become x plus 1 by x plus 2, we can always assume that if we use x from this one, so let's say that the limit for each position is the balls, we can always assume that we use d minus x balls from the right. So
it makes sense.
yeah, so then it becomes, so what we need to do is like, so then y, then this becomes like ai plus 1 minus d minus x goes to the right, and then y becomes y plus ai plus 1 minus 2 d minus x things. So what we need to do is to apply these transformations to this entire convex shape. Also, we have to cut the front or back of this shape because, for example, like, yeah, I said x can be any larger number, but x should be doesn't exceed d, or this d minus x shouldn't exceed y because it should be matched. There are several constraints. So this is essentially the same as like cutting this envelope shape from front end, right? Then apply transformations, and so transformations. If you look at the transformation, it's just like an affine transformation. So you can just store it in some matrix and apply it in all. And to delete the first or last part, you have to like store the lines of this convex in some deck structure. Then you can just calculate everything from front or back to these things. So the idea is, this. This is the idea.
So while you were explaining, we had 3 accepted submissions.
Oh, really?
So the scoreboard has changed quite a bit.
Okay. Let's move into the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So Joe solved D,
D, yeah.
and Jangli solved B, and Andrew solved C as his first problem.
Oh wait, that's great. So let's first see the Andrew's submission because it's problem C that we have already explained. Okay, Andrew is now moving on to the next problem. So let me just take a look at the take a look at the Andrew's submissions. This is Andrew's submission.
So there is a binary search. There is no vector of pairs, but there are two vectors, min pos and max pos. Maybe they correspond to the same stuff.
Yeah. I'm not sure what is. I'm not sure what's happening here.
There's a binary search.
Yeah, there's a binary search. And there's isGood function, which apparently determines whether the bound is okay. But I'm not sure. What is this?
But min pos and max pos array seems to be static, right? So he just finds.
Here. I think this is different from my solution. Like, yeah, NewBD and my solutions looked same as mine because his solution like maintains some queue and calculated something, so it must be similar to my solution. But this solution doesn't involve like deck things. This is. I'm not sure. It's very hard to find. Difference.
Yeah.
Like,
It looks like min pos and max pos like bounce on X variable.
Yeah, I think so.
So what can X be after each position?
Yeah. So the problem is that, like, you know, as I said, this problem doesn't. This problem is if you formulate this problem by linear programming, it's not possible to solve. Which means that if your solution is kind of like calculating some bounds in some way, which is definitely a linear function of the input. So, but as I said, the answer is not linear. So my thought was like, if someone is trying to calculate some bounds, that would always fail. But Andrew is doing that approach, and he avoids.
Yeah, I think he does some. You see this line 83 where he divides. So he seems to be doing kind of full steps and then some remainder he processes. So he does seem to have some kind of going from the bounds type of approach.
Yes, and that was unexpected. I should have watched his screen so that he like stress tested this before submitting, or
So you think it might be that he just test cases a week? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I think the test case. I think the test. Okay, I think the test case is like strong because like the small tests are like this problem has multiple test cases, which means that I included many small random tests. So yeah. So that's why I don't believe he's doing something bad. I believe he has some like theory behind this solution, but I just don't understand it. Yeah, so, but he has some division things. Yeah, division things is necessary. Integer division is necessary in this problem. He has done so. It could be just correct. Yeah, great. Okay. So
So for now, there are only 2 contestants left with 0 points.
yeah,
Both from Japan.
yeah, both from Japan, and I guess both are trying to solve harder ones, not
Right.
not problem A. The Haas is she's still but she went to problem E now, and she's also calculating something by Mathematica. Let's see. And let's see what she's doing.
So which means in the meantime, the Gblasnikse, the person coming from IMO background, has solved problem A also just now.
Oh yeah, Gblasniks. I don't even know is correct. Yeah, he finally solved problem.
I wonder if it gives information to others. So if they know that this person has IMO background, is most likely will try to do counting problems, and then they give up on counting problems and solve A. Does it give information to others about the difficulty?
Yeah, that could be information, like, but but all the finalists are so good that even if other very strong participants cannot solve a problem, that they have a decent possibility to solve that hard problem. So
right, that is fair.
Doesn't always.
So people asking, can we see the contestants? I guess the only thing we have for that is an overall view of the contestant.
Yeah, I
We
mean, there's a camera on the.
You can see some contestants.
Yeah, you can see some contestants. Like, we can see so. For example, the person standing on the left is how he's walking and considering something.
And now Makoto is given the first solve on G.
Yeah.
To Zhou.
And so
And also apparently a fish. So what does a fish signify?
It is dolphin, and it means it's a balloon that is attached to the desk of the current top one participant.
Nice.
So and the balloons with alphabet is attached to the participant who solved that problem first.
But top one? Okay, we had a different top one for 2 minutes, right? And then, oh no, wait. We had different top one until 1 hour into the contest. Makes sense.
I just want to check how does the open contest is going. I saw some contestants were participating in open contest. Since open contest can contain information from our streams in theory, its standings is hidden.
Because we can reveal on the stream because people are not supposed to watch the stream.
Yeah. So since we explain problems in streams, and which means that participants from open contests can just listen to me and implement everything and get ACs, and so the standings of mirror is kind of like contaminated. So we just hide it for everybody. So. But
even though I'm not sure if it'll be so easy to implement after our explanation.
Actually, I would say that problem E is kind of such a problem. Of course, you have to prepare some templates. But if you have good templates, and the only thing, the solution is a kind of, I don't say it's kind of one line because there's a long line, but there's a very complicated formula for that. But if you just calculate that formula, if you know the formula, I think all participants can just implement it. Yeah. So, I don't really. So since we just mentioned problem E, I'd explain the. Wait. And so since we just mentioned problem E, I would explain the problem E here at this moment. Just wait. Just a moment. Okay, this is a statement of problem E, functional graph. So in this problem, you're given our three integers n, c, and k, and you want to find the number of functional graph that satisfy the following conditions. So for the first, for each edge, by functional graph, I mean a graph where each vertex has exactly one outgoing edge. And the condition is that the number of connected components of the functional graph is exactly c. And also, let's say the destination of the edge from vertex I is vertex xi. Then, like, I less than xi is satisfied in exactly ki. So, looks like a very yes, this statement is very simple. Looks like yet another combinatorial problem.
But also, I get the feeling after reading the statement is why would anybody be interested in that? So, is it kind of did you come up with this statement from solutions? So you can kind of you found out some interesting symmetry or something that allows to count this?
Actually, I came up with a statement without c. I mean, without with c equals 1. So what I first considered was for a connected functional graph, what is the number of like i's with I less than xi?
All right.
This is already a very hard problem. I spent many days on that. Then I also, of course, I searched OEIS and asked LLMs and tried to find some papers about this, but I found nothing. Then I just came up with the solution. I found, so then I realized that then I realized that solution can also be extended to the general C. So I just made this problem.
No, it makes more sense. It makes more sense this way.
I think the point is that if there are no restrictions to C, the problem is very easy because for each vertex,
just a factorial.
just factorial. And if there are no restriction in K, the problem is also very easy.
Right.
But if we combine these two constraints, it becomes hard. And also, it's very easy to like write some. Oh, wait. So it becomes very easy to write some looking good formulas for this problem. If you're experienced enough, you can deduce some like order n squared or n cubed solution easily, but it's very, very hard to derive the n logs or n log squared n solution for this problem. So
do you know n is
200,000
and you have 8 seconds. So
8 seconds.
Does n squared not work?
N squared don't work.
Because I guess you have to do model operations, and those are very
Here.
slow.
Also, n squared solution is not like easy. I mean, n squared log n can exist, but it cannot pass. So that's how the problem E looks like. Also, then what I was doing is like, so I was reviewing the Andrew's C, so we need to like see what Jokan is doing. So he solved problem D. Okay, so let's just see what he's done on problem D. Oh, sorry, this is the screen. Yeah. Here, this is Jokayan solution, which is I'm not sure, like.
Yeah, it's very short. And
It's very
in
short.
this kind of counting problems, it might be hard to understand.
Yeah. The only thing I know is that he doesn't use modular struct. He calculates everything by integer, and then but what's it looks like? Yeah, his solution looks a bit different from mine because here.
But there is this n log n pattern where
n log n pattern. Yeah, here definitely he uses, so it's like. In the broader sense, it looks similar, but
and here he divides by x plus 2, whereas divided by x plus 1 in
yeah,
other places.
yeah, but that happens with my that also happens with my solution. So this looks correct, but yeah, he also has like 3 buffers. He also has answer 1, answer 2, answer 3, and that's what I do. So maybe his solution is also the same as mine, but it written in very different format. Because I mean, also his solution is runs in very fast, 368 milliseconds. Like my solution runs in like 1.2 seconds or so. Yeah.
So Nervala solved A in less than 20 minutes after C.
Oh, Andrew solved A?
Which I guess
yeah.
it shows that really in this format it doesn't, because there's no benefit in solving easy problems first, so you can just might as well do it later and be.
Like the only benefit is that you can motivate yourself.
Right.
Yes, I can solve some problems.
Yes, that is a big challenge, I think. It also potentially helps you make better decisions. So for example, now, like Nervala knows that if he solves B, he'll be same points than Joe. And if he wants to go for first place, then essentially B almost never changes whether he has first place or not. So it's better to go for D or E in his position if he really cares about first place only.
Yeah, that's correct. Let's just look at what's like this top runners are doing. Like Jokan is apparently have read problem C, and I believe he's now considering on paper. And for like, oh wait, Kevin is searching something different. Let me see.
That sounds like D. Number of unlabeled root trees with depth is a search.
Oh right, he's trying to. Yeah. Oh yeah, he has. But number of rooted trees given depths, yeah.
It's exactly the sub problem that we were.
Yeah, it's just a sub problem, but yeah, like it's okay to find the formula. Oh wait, like no, my computer the stream is okay, but
the stream is okay. Maybe
my
your computer is out of power, or
my computer is not doing good. Okay, this comes.
all right.
Yeah, so if it's doing problem D, the maximum number of trees of given depths, that's a good start, but I think this is pretty this problem is known, but this is just very basic for finalists. So I think
maybe he's looking for some particular way of counting that he vaguely remembers.
Yeah, like I think he can I believe that if you just want to count the number of related trees with given depths, he can just do it instantly. So I think he is looking for something a bit different or more some detailed papers about this topic.
So some people in the chat are asking us to show what Devin is doing. Is it are they trolling us, or
I think
is Devin actually trying to solve those problems? I mean,
I'm not
cognition
sure.
AI thingy.
I'm not sure, like, because one possibility is that they really want Devin to solve this problem, and the other possibility is that they want Jokayan's screen, because Jokayan's handle on coder forces is always Devin one.
That's
But
fair.
but his, yeah, it's, let me just see. Kevin is doing problem D here.
Can you show what Andrew is doing after solving A?
Yeah, of course. Oh, here's
Did
also
you go for D? Yeah.
D.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for him.
Here, yeah. Let's see what others is doing first until first. Okay, what? Yeah, C.cpp. I'm sure. Doing C. Chiangli. He also doing C.
So far, there is still a chance to win without solving E. So that's why people don't have to go for the hardest problem yet.
Yeah.
But if Joe solves C as well, then essentially everybody else will have to solve E to overtake him. So the situation will become quite a bit different.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that if Jokayan is will concentrate on problem C, he can wait, well, he's
So is he coding something?
so coding something. Okay, what? Let's see. Jokayan is okay. He's always editing T1.cpp. But I think it's
There's a
problem
binary
C.
search.
Yeah,
It's probably problem C.
yeah. He reads array A and do binary search.
Okay, so far we don't know if he knows how to solve it or just writing some obvious
Yeah.
part of the solution first.
I think he's trying to write something in brute force, like, because I see DP
All right.
value, which is like the area of 1000 by 1000, which means that he's trying to, yeah, he's now writing a roof of 0 from A, which means that, yeah,
No copilot for him. It
no,
seems.
no copilot. Seems no copilot for him. So this is like, yeah, he is writing a brute force solution for this, and then he have to like check if how the solution is working. Here. So we are. So he's just ready. What's
One other related question I wanted to ask, I'm not sure if it's the right moment, is when coming up with problems, do you use whatever AI just to check the problems have appeared before, or do you also use it as a way to actually come up with better problems?
I try to use LLMs to generate some random ideas, but it doesn't do well, especially for hard problems. I would say that for example, for these finals, there are no problems where the idea is.
またこのクエスチョン来る
Oh,
から
okay.
また連れて行き
はい
ます
So we have another confession from
Kevin,
Kevin. Yeah. Let's just wait.
so maybe we'll know now why he was searching for the
Or-
trees with a given depth.
Or maybe he, I I hope he's not telling that. I hope the exact paper.
Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't get it accepted yet, so.
Yeah.
Alright, started already? Okay, hi. Yes, I guess that's like 3 hours into the contest. Solved A and B. A was pretty easy, I guess, but pretty nice. And then B took me a very long time. It was like pretty involved dynamic programming, but I'm surprised Jorkan Young solved it so fast. So maybe he has solved the problem before. Otherwise I just have an overcomplicated solution, and I had to optimize it from end of the 6th, end of the 5. So that took a lot of time. So I think it's gonna be hard to win this contest, but right now E looks impossible, so I'm trying between C and D, but yeah, it's Jorkan is like way ahead, I feel like, so I'm just gonna try to solve another problem. And yeah, it's been fun though.
Okay, seems like.
So he's saying E looks impossible, even
Yeah.
though the statement is whatever, 3 lines.
Yeah.
What do you think makes him think it's impossible?
Yeah, it's because, like, you know, I'm not sure. Like, maybe he just thought that is kind of very unknown technique of former power series things. Actually, it's not. It's more like the former power series technique is not that necessary in this problem actually, and what we need is to like develop some clever bijections. This is actually.
But also, I don't think formal power series will scare Kevin off necessarily. So I
Yeah.
think he's pretty good in that
Yeah,
area.
he's pretty good, but there are several people who are too good. Which like for example like Elijah,
Right.
and he's very good, but he could have thought E could be that kind of problem, but actually it's not. Also, he also mentioned that B is very difficult and Jokanya was too fast, but he said like unless his solution is too complicated, Jokanya should have known the same problem. But I will say that his solution was a bit complicated than the intended one. So yeah, I want to know if Jokanya did know the similar problem before, or he just came up with the same problem.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like for everybody else it took 2 hours to solve any problem,
Yep.
except A. So like for B, C, and D, all other submissions, it took like 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
But yeah, this one was half an hour, so yeah,
Yeah.
it was a bit faster.
A bit faster than So yeah, and currently Jokanya has a very high chance to win this contest. Like, let's see, what is it? Yeah, so he's apparently went for problem C, and like, I would say that if he solved problem C, like I think there's a decent possibility that Jokanya will win without solving further problems, but I believe Jokanya will solve problem C, and in that case, for others to beat him, like they have to solve problem E.
Right.
Which
Looks impossible.
yeah, but yeah, E looks impossible. But at least doable to some people. Like okay, for example, let's just check what Hosley doing. Like she is doing problem E and looks like stopped.
Right, but also seems to be, I guess it's called brute. the method.
Yes, brute. There is a brute thing is. It's very easy to write brute force score in this problem.
Right.
Here. So in there it is very easy to like write something related to this, like find some related sequence. Yeah. Actually it's easy to write them down on the closed formula for a formal power series, but it's very hard to calculate. Like it's kind of like a log of exponential of log of some certain formal power series. So
Right.
yeah, I'd say it's easy. It's kind of easy to write it in closed form, but it's not that form we can efficiently compute.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's hard to develop any kind of intuition for bijections from formal power series. So it's completely orthogonal in a sense.
I think so. So I'm pretty sure that if you try to come up with something with both involving C and K, that would be very difficult. I think the necessary step is to like focus on C equals 1 case, and then do some experiments.
Right. This is also one of the useful skills to have an intuition for what simplification of the problem is relevant, and which is just a completely different problem.
Yeah. I also want to check the other participants who are solving.
I think in other, like in IOI in particular, they usually have subtasks which kind of actually tell you often which smaller case is important.
Stopped. Let's see what others are doing. Gablan is just doing, or what is this? I think it's. Oh, this is problem like A. So yeah, he has already solved. So he's doing something different on paper, I guess.
Yeah, it's most likely.
Dominic, yeah, he's showing his standings, which is not. So yeah, the participants are given printed paper statements. So like, if they are looking at statements, their screen don't change. So it's hard to. Oh wait.
But if somebody's solving D or E, I think it's likely that they want to print some DP states to the output because the number of possible inputs is so small.
Yeah.
So probably if they're solving on paper, they're solving B or C, I would guess.
Wait, Dominic has just moved to the editor and he's editing C.cpp.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, what is this?
There is a Boolean function returned in Boolean, which I assume is inside the binary search.
Yeah, but I don't think this solution works because it's kind of like calculating some bounds. But if I see it correctly, the bounds are all linear to the input, which means it's kind of a linear.
There's no integer division, right?
So integer division should be included at some point.
But maybe that's what they've done. So they've implemented this solution, and then they put brute force, and then they have a case where it doesn't work, and they try to understand what's going on.
Yeah, maybe that's the case with him. Or he's also doing problem C.
The impressive thing about Joe is, again, that he's either still in high school or just graduated, so he has all these great results even before university.
He's like legend. Like I think he's the youngest among the finalists, and he's dominating now. Like very impressive.
Alright. So maybe we can talk a bit about your plans for the future. So what happens next year, I guess, is more or less the same. So there will be a few more AGCs and then World Tour Finals in
Yeah,
26.
For like I want to hold like a few more AGCs. Maybe like for this year, like maybe at least 3, hopefully 4 or 5 AGCs.
So last year we had also 2 before the previous WTF and 3 after. So it's a bit similar.
Similar, but yeah, I want to increase that. Yeah, and yeah, we have virtual finals next year. I think the number of slots is the same, like 12 for algorithm and 12 for heuristic. Goodness, this year heuristic contest had welcomed OpenAI to participate, and it was like very close to dominate humans. Like, I'm not sure if OpenAI would keep interest in beating humans. But yeah, we want to welcome LLMs to participate in these tracks, and for algorithm tracks, it's very difficult to say. Like, yeah, in heuristic tracks, you can see the scores are increasing gradually during the contest, but in algorithm tracks, it's more like, even though you can solve or not, it's the one thing. It's not something like super fun to watch things.
Right.
I'm not sure how we can handle this, but yeah, anyway, we have like this quarterfinals next year, and want to welcome finalists. And given that they're like, in old times, there are like many on-site contests without age limits. Like, but currently there are only a few, and I want to. So
this year we actually had, I guess 3. Okay, maybe 2 new contests. Like there was this MITIT. Okay, it was second time, but kind of after the first time it wasn't clear it was a one-off or a regular one. Now it seems to be a regular one. And yes, there was also this Midnight Code Cup, which was a bit different format. But still the same community, more or less. And I guess Universal Cup Finals as well. Did we have it last year, I forgot, or not? Or it was the first one?
Yeah, this year I went to the first Universal Cup Finals.
Yes, it was also the first one. So
yeah, that is very...
It seems like we are actually kind of getting some kind of a revival of this on-site contests.
Yes, correct. But it seems like they prefer team contests.
Right, that's
They're individual contests is hard to find. So we want to keep holding this event.
No, this event is fantastic, I think. And also, I think it's very impressive how you could have easily gotten by with lower quality problems. You keep the bar so high every time.
Because that's why that's my job.
So I think it's very cool. I saw also accidentally, I think your web page announcing this finalists, it's on the kind of Japanese part of AtCoder, which I don't normally see.
Yeah.
So I ventured into it
Yeah.
after seeing that page, and it seems that you're also holding more and more on-site contests in Japan, like for Japanese participants only.
Yes, like there are several participants here. Some for like only university students, but some for all Japanese without age limits. Here,
That's also very cool.
Yeah.
Cool to see, I think.
like on-site contest is the thing that we love the most.
So no changes on scoreboard.
Here,
In few.
no changes, but like I see, like for example, Jerry is like solving problem C and implementing something. I'm not sure if he's doing well or he's struggling, but I believe he can solve C at some moment in the last hour. And for Kevin is like he stopped him problem.
Maybe
So-
he reconsidered his point that it's
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah, so yeah, so the only way he can, so if he tries to maximize the winning probability, his only strategy is to go to problem E and go to problem E and pray that Jokanya don't solve anything. So yeah, at this moment there is like some incentive for other participants to go to problem E. Yeah. This is the only plausible way to win this contest.
Well, I think as Kevin said, for many people, it's also very good way to spend time to just try to solve interesting problems here.
Yeah.
You might not necessarily, you don't have to try to
Yeah.
win, try
Yeah.
to have to get the first place no matter what.
Yeah. I personally love that kind of things here. In that sense, I also think Haas or Noshi is doing this similar thing. I heard that they love solving like hard and interesting problems, and rather than focusing only on winning. So
Right. I think
So-
Noshi last year
yeah,
went to confession booth a few times.
yeah.
Maybe this year he's more
He's more-
engaged with one of the problems
Yes.
and doesn't
Yeah.
have time for that anymore.
Yeah, I'm just seeing. Yeah, I just see his screen, which is not. I'm just watching Noshi's screen, which is not stream, but I can see it, and looks like he's solving. Wait, I think this is problem D. Yeah, I think this is problem D, but I'm not sure if he has the correct idea or not. It shows only a part of the code.
So D and E is still enough to win.
Yeah, D and E is still enough. So if you solve both problems and Jokayan doesn't solve anything from here, you can win. So yeah, you can win at this moment.
How do you set the point values?
It's like me and testers like say points that could be good for that problem. Then after that we make some modifications so that for example, I thought that solving problem E should be better than solving A and B. So that's why A plus B is less than E. And also like we didn't know which problem C or D was harder, so we just set the same score. And yeah, it's kind of this way I chose the score.
Is it also based on which problem was harder, or sometimes, at least I remember when we were setting scores for Code Jam, for example, sometimes it was like this problem is maybe easier, or let's say this problem is harder, but it's less beautiful. Kind of solution is more standard, so we give it less points. So we want to encourage people solving beautiful problems as opposed to not beautiful ones.
In that sense, yeah, I sometimes do that because these two have a similar difficulty, but this one is much beautiful, so let's give them more points. Yeah, I sometimes do that for this contest. I didn't do this. I just only consider difficulty as things, and something like solving this subset should be better than this subset, and so this would be the good start.
So chat keeps asking, why isn't tourist here?
I'm not sure how.
Couldn't come.
Yeah, he just couldn't come. That's.
I'm pretty confident he'll be back next year.
Yeah. I hope to welcome him. Yeah, like. Charles is apparently doing something with A, but.
He already, again, if we end up having 5 AGCs, he's most likely already qualified for next year.
Yeah.
Because that's probably 107 points. It's probably enough.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Juris will be in the top 20, top 12. So the only problem is like whether he can physically fly to Japan.
Right. Okay, so we got a submission on B.
B? Oh, yeah.
From
Min,
Miniam.
yeah. And a pass. Yes, nice.
Which
Maybe-
again does not change the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's just I'm pretty sure that Minion will be in the confession room because he solved A, and after he solved A and C, he went to the confession room. So I'm pretty sure that.
So after he solved C, he told us it's not that difficult. So probably this one will be very easy.
Yeah.
Because it took him only a few minutes. Okay, a few tens of minutes.
Here, I'm looking for a Minion solution, and it looks like here.
Can you
yeah.
open his screen as well?
Oh yeah.
There.
Sorry.
For the viewers.
Sorry. Yeah, this is Minion solutions, and I think it's the same as my solution. Here.
And also no mod int class.
Here. Yeah. I don't really know why there still exist people in the top players who don't use modular things, because that will definitely make your coding faster. I'm not really
So
sure.
far, we almost had 0 wrong answer submissions, actually. I'm not sure. If you look at the last submissions, they all accepted.
Yeah.
Is it because the sample tests are so strong that
For
you just don't submit?
like
wrong ones?
for problem B, B and D is counting problems, so it's most likely that you will get AC or possibly TLE. And for problem C, it is like likely that people have stress tested the solution before submitting, so it's also sounds understandable. And for problem A, we had wrong answers, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, there were a couple, I think.
Yeah, like we had I don't know. Yeah, so wrong answers from Chengli or
Right.
yeah. Problem A admits something like this.
Yeah, I guess if you are solving 3 problems in 5 hours, stress testing does not really add too much to your time. You're not in other contests like in Universal Cup, maybe you don't have time to stress test things too much.
Here, that depends on the competition because but in this contest we have 5 hours and 5 problems, so stress testing the code is not that. Like for example, in ICPC, we have 5 hours and 3 teams, but there's one computer, so like stress testing, of course, occupies the computer and stops others for recording. So yeah, in those contests, it's the main strategy is to like print out the statements and then look at while others are using the computers. But in the competition like this, it is easy to stress the solutions. So let's see what others are doing. Jokoyan has solved problem C. He's solving. Kevin has solved statement.
So what do you do? What would you do if you are? What do you usually do when you solve a contest yourself and you are, let's say, in Kevin's positions and you solve 2 problems and there are 3 problems and you have no idea how to solve any of them? So what is the next step?
If I were Kevin, I would go to problem D because, like, you know, my intuition was that problem C requires some amount of implementations and it could be buggy. But for problem D, if you have a correct formula, implementing it doesn't require much time. And the same thing can be said for problem E, but judging for the standings, E looks impossible. So it's.
But you would choose one problem, so you would not try to kind of switch every 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
like
you would...
then if I were Kevin, I'll go for D or maybe problem E if I see E as doable. I'm not sure, but if I were a participant, I don't think E is doable because it looks very scary.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, so it was very scary to me. That's why I put it as the last problem of these finals.
All right.
Yeah.
But how do you decide to give up, or you never do this? So how do you decide? Okay, this problem I spent already an hour. It's enough. I switch to another one. Because in the strategy where you switch between problems all the time, then you don't have to give up. You just try all of them at the same time. But here you must have some way to say, okay, cut your losses and move to the next problem.
Here, I always try to solve. If all the problems looks impossible, I just stick for one problem and try to solve it. This is difficult because in this, if I were Kevin, like we have C and D and E, and to me C and D both looks doable, and I said I prefer D for D because it's counting, but when I'm stuck in D, but I would go for D, like because as a C should be harder,
More annoying.
Like, and judging for the standings, like it took like 2 hours to solve, which means like, yeah. But it has two solves. As you can see, it has two solves. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to imagine me being in a finalist. What would you do if you were in the Kevin's position, by the way?
Yeah, hard to say. I think similar. So I usually try to spend a significant amount of time trying to solve one problem. So like spend half an hour trying to solve let's say, I'm not sure which one I would choose actually. Usually I try to go with the one where I have some idea how to make progress.
Yeah.
So in that sense, maybe C would actually be more appealing because kind of it's clear. Okay, not super clear, but I guess I can see in which direction I should go. So yeah, and then try to, let's say, implement brute force, try to implement some correct looking solutions, try to compare. So I always try to use the computer in some way, not just think on paper. But then I don't think I have a very good track record of giving up on a problem. So I think if I get stuck on a problem, I just lose the contest usually. Right, so it's better that when this doesn't happen. Right. I think another thing that happens to me, and I think I also yesterday was listening to, I think, Saiho describing his experience in the heuristic finals, and there are some moments where you just kind of, if you ask, where did half an hour go, you don't remember. So you seem to get into the state where you just kind of, I don't know, daydreaming or thinking but not really thinking about the problem, and the time just goes. And I think if you can eliminate that and you can actually be more focused all the time, if it's possible, then you could do better. But I'm not sure if it's, at least for me, it's possible to really kind of improve too much this kind of strategy part of kind of the meta and not the actual problem solving. But I think it's quite fascinating, and it might well be possible that actually by better training, let's say, you can learn to be better at this stuff and not just at coming up with solutions.
Well, I'm just looking for Kevin's screen and he's staring at problem E.
Right.
Maybe he's...
And he's even scrolling, so it's not just he's solving on paper.
Yeah, not so. He's just scrolling and just clicking on the same and see.
So if I was trying to solve E, I could not resist trying to implement the solution, like cubic solution, and print the outputs, but he seemed to be not doing that.
Yeah, so for that sense, I think Haas was doing that approach, like afterwards.
Yeah, Haas, I can completely understand what she's doing, so kind of this is what my approach would be as well.
Yeah, doing something and... but...
Even if you get negative results, at least you can see kind of, I tried this, it didn't work, and as opposed to just thinking.
I'm sure, She's just, what is, what is this sequence?
Chat is asking, are the problems really that tough?
Really tough.
I guess short answer is yes.
Yeah. This is very tough, but my current hypothesis is that Zhou Kanyan will solve C in the last hour, but wait, UBDMI could also. Yeah, I think the battle is currently UBDMI and Zhou Kanyan has like a similar probability of winning. Like,
yeah, that's my feeling as well.
Yeah, I know UBDMI can solve D and Zhou Kanyan can solve C, and
maybe also Andrew. If Andrew solves D, he's in first place.
Yeah.
And then
and Andrew is like looking for something on the web. Okay.
This seems to be also Okay, cannot read the letters, but it feels like he's also maybe looking for the sub-problem of counting trees of a fixed depth.
Oh yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Yeah.
That is. Yeah, he's counting that one. There. This is a good start for the problems. Like this is a good start, but this is just a start. So there are several steps from here. Or maybe he's trying to find something. I don't think he doesn't know this formula. He should have known this formula, and what he's trying to find is that like different view of this formula or something.
I think in general this combinatorial things with whatever Catalan numbers related stuff like parentheses, sequences of trees, or it's just so many interpretations. Right? So if you look at like
that's why
what does Catalan number mean? There are like 100 different combinatorial interpretations, and maybe one of them lends itself better to solving the problems than others, right? So
yeah, that's correct. That's why we can create so many problems with these Catalan numbers. Let's see where Radish. Oh, what is he doing? Yeah, it's like it's C, problem C. Yeah, it has a function check.
right.
But he hasn't. Well,
He's
wait.
maybe debugging, so I would guess that he implemented the solutions that should work but doesn't. Now he's trying to understand what's going on.
But
it
seems like
check is very short.
Check is very short, so he's just started writing something.
Maybe it already doesn't work even after this.
Yeah.
One other meta thing that I think I see in other mind sports, like whatever, I guess chess is the most popular, or computer games, is physical fitness. So like, should competitive programmers go to the gym regularly to do better?
I actually recently started to training for a bit because because I had a headache last month, and their doctor said it's because I'm sitting on the desk too long for a day, so you should have some stretch.
Right.
Yeah.
That's definitely good advice.
Yeah. So let's see how they're doing. Like, oh yeah, so one of them is just standing and walking around, but everybody's just sitting. Oh, it's okay.
So no confession from Minion. Maybe he's now
he's
focused.
Yeah, he's busy. He's busy solving problem D. Maybe let's check. Yeah, problem D. Okay. Munich is still trying C, but
I think the same code we saw last time, not much changed.
Yeah, not big change.
Probably he's doing on paper now.
Yeah. Evaluation what's doing? So what's this? What's this?
Bull check, so probably C again.
Problem C?
Yeah. But it's also almost zero code for now.
I don't know, so for now she's screening. I need to check it by myself. And I'm not sure what is he doing. Like it's here. I think he's doing problem D.
Yeah, it seems to have this
Yeah, problem D.
3 loops for each of the square number
Yeah.
of states type of code. So.
Hmm.
And I assume this P3 is some binomial coefficient
Yeah,
function, based function. Yeah.
Okay. And for the Haas, I can see you drawing. And what is this? Oh, this
Some
could
paper.
be like some paper or her own
Notes?
notes. Yeah, that could be. Here, let me just say. Here,
Stirling something?
stirring something. Actually, that's a good intuition because stirring thing will be will be necessary in this problem.
Nice.
But it appears in like, and not explicitly here.
But maybe what she did, what could happen is that she wrote actually this unhelpful formal power series representation,
Yeah.
and then she's trying to find which combinatorial objects have the same or similar formal power series representation.
Yeah, that could be the case. Here, starting number things would definitely appear in the background of this solution, but I'm sure. I think it's super.
That's what she's trying to get the two expressions to match, maybe the
Um,
the formal series for the solution and something derived from Stirling numbers.
Yeah, that could be. This is so hard. How?
This is probably the ones, the unhelpful ones that you were mentioning, right? So suppose she solves E, and there's like half an hour left. What should she do? Should she go for A? Oh, yes, I guess.
I don't think you just devote her all time to problem E.
No, but if she actually gets it
I
accepted,
guess absolutely.
and there's half an hour left,
Then she should go to problem A, and then.
but that would not change her position,
Yeah,
though, in
then-
that case, right? So you have 2000
Here.
versus 2800, not much change.
Yeah.
So maybe she should still try to solve D in half an hour, especially if she still has some ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe she can finish it. I think somebody was mentioning, Kevin maybe, I forgot, that so far in all WTF finals, each problem was solved by somebody. So we never had an unsolved problem, I think.
Yeah, like each. I think the first AtCoder finals had the last problem unsolved.
Oh, that's well, okay.
But
Well, maybe I misunderstood.
But for other finals, we have all problems have at least one solve, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely last year. And definitely, even though we had 2 days, 2 years ago.
2 years ago we have 2 days, but
Oh no, this problem was unsolved.
it's unsolved.
Okay, yeah.
But I remember
In
that
the mirror, maybe.
in the mirror we had solved.
Mm-hmm. Right. And the first World Tour
First
finals.
for finals we don't have solved
yeah,
for
so this is a bit
the
different.
last few problems like.
Right. So 3 of the participants of the first finals are here.
Here,
Kevin, Omnik, and Apiat.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Kevin is implementing problem D?
Which problem is it? D? Okay.
In case, yeah, Kevin is implementing problem D, I guess. Here it says d.cpp. But he's just stopped. Maybe he's reviewing his formula, or he just wrote down some template. I'm not sure.
So there's 1 hour left
Yeah,
in the
that's 1 hour
contest.
into the contest.
And we have a wrong submission from Omnicon C.
We can see. Okay, let me check.
It's a wrong answer.
But it's wrong on most cases, so
Right.
it must be very long. Okay, let me show you his submission. Just a moment. Yes, this is. And here, the essential part is like the solve function, and
This was the function we were looking at, which we thought did not have enough complexity to be correct.
yes, yeah, right. So as I said, it's calculating some.
And now it has 3s.
Minimum.
So previously it was only like multiplying by 2, now it's multiplying by 3.
Yeah,
But you're saying that the problem it has to be multiplying by n, more or less, kind of. There is.
yeah, some division thing should appear
Yeah.
in this function, because the integrity makes the problem complicated.
So that's not necessarily close to the correct solution.
Here. But if he somehow comes up with a modification like Andrew did, it can pass.
But I would guess that he's not stress testing, but just
Yeah,
basically made it pass a sample only.
yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Because with stress test, probably he would not submit this.
So I just assume that he's now stress testing. Is it true or not? Oh wait, what's he doing?
Just reading the code.
He's just
it
writing the
seems.
code. Oh wait, but Dominic is now doing something like long DP, so which means he is trying something, some stress testing solution, I guess. Yeah. So it should take some time to.
There's a question in the chat. As a problem setter, what do you feel when the problem has 0 solves? Feel good or bad because it didn't make any impact in the contest?
Well, it just depends on how much the contestant spent the time on that problem. If the contestant spent a great time on it and still couldn't solve it and said the problem looked interesting, I'm very satisfied. But if they said, wait, Jokayan-san,
Sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt, but Jokayan solves.
Okay,
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay,
We can
so
discuss it
like
later.
it's very likely that Jokayan will win the contest. And okay, let me get back to the story. But when the contestant said, I simply don't have enough time to read the statement, or I read it, but I don't think it should be interesting, so I skipped it, then I would be very dissatisfied. So I want to make the problem appealing. So whether it's solved or not, it's not much problem. I want the problems to be appealing, even if it's not solved. It's appealing to the contestant. I'm very satisfied. In that sense, I'm very happy to see Haas is doing things like this. She's apparent.
She's actually writing code now.
Yeah, but code in the brute function, so
Right, but maybe
right.
she decided just to kind of keep the same function. At least it seems to be doing not very brute stuff. So some
Yeah.
polynomial.
Yeah, some polynomial things
Yeah.
she's doing. Yeah.
Right. So Vidya was.
So she could have found something by brute force.
Mhm.
Oh wait, what is?
No, she's doing undo many times, I guess.
Alright. What is happening?
I think she's clicking undo. I don't have any other theory how
Yeah.
the code could be changing so quickly. So yes, we mentioned before, now that Zhao has solved C,
Yeah.
the only way to overtake him is to solve E.
Yeah,
So
that's
for-
right.
That's not very likely to happen,
Mhm.
or at least, and just E of course is not enough, so you have to
Mhm.
solve A, B, C and E, for example. Or so, yeah, even A, C and E is not enough, so yeah, there is not really much chance of people catching up, unless Min Yang. I guess he's the only one who, for whom just solving E is enough. Yeah. So we most likely have our winner, I think.
Here. It seems like Haas is, by the way, Haas is like doing something good. It looks good to me. Yeah. And maybe she can solve problem E in the last hour. Yeah. It doesn't bring her to the first place, but it could be a great achievement. For like, okay, let's see what this minion is doing. Like, if he's, this is, he's just opening problem D. So yeah, so even if he, if he solves problem D, he will certainly defend the second place, but it's not enough for beating first. But I don't think Minion will go to E. He's keep working on problem D. But if Minion had no idea about problem D at this moment, it's possible that he switches to problem E and.
Right.
But I'm not sure. What is Andrew doing, by the way?
He seems to have just started coding.
Just started coding and. Do you know which problem is it?
So far, no. Exactly gap is a function name.
Yeah, it's problem D. Yeah. And
he does have some copilot like
yeah,
stuff or.
like stuff.
Oh, no, it's not compiler, it's just compiler error.
Compiler?
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it seems to be just compiler errors.
So I'm not sure if he's has some solution in his mind, or he is here.
So people are asking also in chat, I think several times already, how would AI do in this contest? I guess our expectation, 0 problems.
Yeah, our expectation is 0 problems, and I actually tested it, with published models, and the AI couldn't solve a single problem, but it was like within our budget. I mean, we have a query limit for the O3 Pro, and I've reached the query limits, and it solved 0 problems. But if we try tens of thousands of times, it can get AC possibly for problem A, but I don't think it would get AC for the harder problems, even if they try millions of times.
Right.
But yeah, I might be wrong. I'm not an LLM expert. So.
Right. So what does Joe do now?
Okay.
Does he try to
Yeah.
solve E, or did he leave the room?
Yeah, apparently he has open problem E.
He probably understands that 1 hour is not enough for it, though. Right? So
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, he always solves problem much faster than my expectations. If he's too good, he solves E and claims his victory. Okay, I just want to see. I just wonder what Haas is doing. I feel she found something good because, like, since Bruto became shorter, it means she found at least some better explanation for the brute
right.
force formula.
But it's too quadratic, though.
Yeah. She's checking the time limits. 8 seconds.
Yeah.
New video. What's on radio stream? I remember he was trying on problem C, but how he's doing now? Yeah, he's trying problem C. Oh. C. Or the Andrew is trying implementing problem D. I'm not sure if he has an idea now or so.
Okay.
But
Does have like this n log n
yeah, and like
loop
things.
nesting
Yeah,
situation. So
I think yeah, and his like function name sounds good. Like fits inside. I think fits inside means like you have a int L means the length of the bracket sequence. G is the like kind of height
right.
or something. But I'm not sure. Was Turfers is doing like Turfers is doing problem C, and I see the struct named Q, which means I believe he's going in a correct way because the intended solution uses
Right.
Q's.
Or deck.
Your deck, yeah. I think it's correct way. And so see others is start. what he's still trying something. And Noshi is also on problem D, but it seems like he has so many lines, and seems like he's struggling. And for Gabla, it's just he just stopped, and he must be working on paper, I guess. Dominic, I'm not sure what he's doing. He must be working on paper, I guess. So RP screen is not available.
Did you check Radosh?
Yeah, I checked Radish. I thought he's still working on problem C. Okay, let me just check. Here, I think he's still working on problem C, but I think this is kind of testing something, and it's still buggy. Oh wait, this is Kevin's, and he's testing something.
Then open scoreboard.
Yeah. You're like, apparently he's calculating something.
In cubic time.
Here. So it's like kind of brute force or like intermediate solution. But
Alright. Actually, force power.
Yeah.
4 nested loops.
4 nested loops, yeah. So it looks like a bit far from. And for Junglies, what is he doing? Junglies. Yeah, it's like it's weird because he's editing C.cpp, but apparently the content is related to the problem E.
Yes.
And also he
And
also
some OES results as well.
results. Oh,
Okay. Searching
his
for
AtCoder power projection.
He's remembering some old problem.
Yeah. So he's trying to get implementation for.
To find what
Part-
compositional inverse.
Is it true? Is it that he can solve the problem if he has this power projection things, or he's just trying to get something?
But you mentioned you do need to some formal
Yeah.
serious tricks in this solution, so it's
I
not.
think, but actually, you don't need like power projection things for this problem, but there do exist a solution that uses this
Okay.
library. So yeah,
Oh, he's just looking for accepted
looking
solutions.
for accepted solution. So
Is he looking for his own or just any?
any other
Or
code?
maybe the smallest one, or
What is what? I'm not sure who is
He
this.
clicked on the big one, so there was some under 1 kilobyte, and he clicked on 30 kilobytes.
Oh,
Oh, maybe he's looking at
must be
running time, maybe. Oh, must be.
must be solution like. Yes, I mean, he must be like, must be that, yeah. Must be is one of the testers of this contest, so it generally could have thought that his library is enough for solving this problem. But I'm curious if Zhengli has a correct solution and the only thing he needs is this power projection library, or if he's just want to check how fast it is. I'm not sure.
Right. I mean, if it was the former, he would probably already have copy-pasted and tried, right? So I
Yeah.
assume he needs a bit more, maybe to
But-
slightly modify it to solve a different problem. Or
Oh, wow, some Chinese. This is my first time I see how.
he's stealing numbers.
Stealing them.
Apparently, it's stealing numbers.
Yeah, Suriname is. That's correct.
Oh, and some Chinese competitive programming blocks.
Blogs, yeah. I know
Nice.
there are so many Chinese computer programming blogs, but it's very hard to get it for us to understand.
So he does seem to have some kind of brute force solution, like quadratic, and then something else, and then assertion that something matches.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he did already
There's already
some steps to the solution, probably. Yeah, it feels like we might get a solution for E from one of them, right?
Yeah.
From Hoss or from Jangli or from.
Yeah, I hope one can submit something. I'm really curious if Jungli has the idea or
So in this contest, there are money prizes for first 3
yes.
participants, I think. But
Yes.
I'm not sure they're not doing it for the money, or at least most of them.
Like yeah, we do
Some-
have prize money, but I don't think that is their finalist motivation. Like
Exactly. So I think they just want to be the best and try
Yeah.
to get top places.
yeah,
In that sense, I don't think that top 3 is kind of there is a magical boundary. I think it's still very cool if you can solve a problem and go to whatever 4th place instead of 10th.
yeah.
So there are definitely some, as we discussed, some people for whom only first place matters, but I don't think they're in the majority.
Oh, maybe Jungli got the idea because what he's doing looks very, very similar to the official solution. Yeah. Jungli could have got the correct solution, I think. Here. away. Yeah, generally is very, very, yeah, generally is, I think he's doing, I think he's doing correct things. He's very close to solving the problem, if I read this correctly.
Yeah, I think this actually is a question asked before. What do you feel as an author when others solving your problems? I think it's very relevant now. So you seem to be
It's very
really excited that he is on the right track.
Yeah, he's very excited to see my problem is solved within.
Right.
Yeah,
That's very nice.
Yeah, of course, I'm not happy if that problem is solved in like 20 or 30 minutes, but generally had spent a lot of times in this, and then he's finally approaching to the answer.
Yeah, he printed two matrices and they match. At least the last row seems to match.
Yes, they match.
Do you know what is this UI that he has with accept and next test? Is this some VS Code plugin or?
I'm not sure.
This part.
I don't know. Like it's Sublime. It says Sublime text, but
Sublime
I don't
not
use
even
Sublime.
VS Code. Okay.
Yes, it's very.
I vaguely remember I saw the same UI for some other contestants. This is probably not related to the editor. It's just some template that generates this printout. So you could use in any editor.
Yeah, that's correct.
But does the word accept means it actually passes the samples, or?
I'm not sure.
Because solution now is linear, it seems. So if it passes the samples, then what are we waiting for?
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think his current solution is a bit different, from mine. So.
I don't think it passes the samples. At least the numbers printed not related to the sample answers.
What he's doing is very, very looking good.
This is also something that I'm not very good at formal power series myself, but when I try to venture in that land, debugging is very hard. It either works from first attempt or I have completely no idea what to do.
Yeah.
So what?
But if the problem is about counting, you can just output like every step and check it by your hand and like.
But the problem is kind of intermediate things. Is as long as you move to formal power series world, intermediate steps no longer have a counting meaning, right? Only the first and last.
That's right. So, especially when the intermediate values are like fractions.
Right.
The debugging it is very, very hard.
Or like a logarithm power series, stuff like this. So.
But for this, but I see that it could be, it's like everything is integers in this problem, at least in this code. So Okay, but starting number thing is very important in this problem. But I think Juggly is doing something different from us because we need to count. We need to find the number. Find the starting number of the second kind. No, starting number of the first kind. And with a fixed k, which means that there's like starting number can be written. Starting number is a function that receives two integers n and k and find something. And for this problem, what we need is starting number of the first kind with fixed c. The second parameter of the starting number is c, and this first parameter n should be 1 through large n. So that's what he should calculate. But in this code, he just call external solve n plus 1, which means it only has the input of n plus 1. So he has, it should be like c plus c or something.
But in this particular sample that he's debugging, as n is more than c, so at least it's not the only issue with the code.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so last half an hour, no submissions. Seems that people are really still trying hard, I think, but
Let's see what's okay. Johan
we are
is-
left with only difficult problems.
Yes. Kevin is looking on problem D, but
Can you maybe show again the room view? Like to see
room view?
what's
Oh yeah.
still the same.
Umnik is sitting in the console. What is he doing? Yeah, it's interesting.
And nobody coming to confession booth anymore. Now would be a good time, right? Because
Yeah.
if you already given up,
Yeah.
why not chat a bit with us? Yeah, people are discussing in chat again whether tourist is participating. So the participant in first place is Tour1ST, which is a different participant who probably chose their handle to be similar as a joke, but they're actually a completely different person.
Yeah.
Also very strong.
Just watch what's in others. I think he's still working on problem C. Ender, his code is getting long for problem D.
コンフェッション来るよ。
Oh
hey,
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Haas will come to the confession, so let's hope she will explain things about problem E.
あ、こんにちは。Hello。せっかくなので、コンフェッションに使ってみようと思います。最初の半分ぐらいは D を考えていて、ラティスパスで、なんか高さ、ビッグパスで言い換えられたんですけど、なんかいい感じに見えたんですけど、そこからうまくいかなくて、D が1個なら求められるかなぐらいの状態で、いい全単者も作れず、で、残り半分は E に挑戦しているんですが、今ある解の方が多分 N の 1.5 乗かけるログって定数倍がバカみたいに大きいので絶対通らないと思うし、絶対に想定外はないという感じはしているんですけど、まだ すべての不等号の個数についても止まってしまっているので、そこも定数であることを使ってきれいにできるんかなと思うんですけど、あと、キーとかが全部順列とかサイクルで言い換えられるので、やっぱうまい男子があるのかなと思うんですけど、なかなかうまくいかず、何も解けていません。998の難しい問題が2問置いてあってよかったんですけど、解けず、皆さんもがっかりさせてしまっているかもしれません。もうちょっと粘って、天才発想ないかなみたいな感じで残りやってみようと思います。じゃあ、翻訳よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
So it was Hasrilik who came to the function room, and what she said was in the first half of the contest, she was working on problem D, and she knew that it's kind of a counting lattice path with like some fixed widths, but she couldn't find a good way to count it. So she then moved on to the problem E. Then for problem E, she finally found a solution that runs in order n square root log n with huge constant, which is not, which apparently doesn't seem to be the intended solution. And she says like she can calculate for fixed n and c. She can calculate answers for all k's. So she says there could be a way to like calculate for there could be a good calculation for a single k, and so she said she's trying her best in the last 20 minutes. So there was but I would say that in the intended solution, you can, for example, if the intended solution, if you're given n and c, you can calculate answers for all k simultaneously. Or like given n and k, you can calculate all answers for all c's. Yeah, that's the point where I have to choose in which form should I pose the problems. Yeah, like so I say, if I say that like for a given n and c and calculate for all k things, it seems that like kind of limiting the type of solutions. I just wanted statements to be simple, so I just set it as a single c and k. Yeah.
I think it makes perfect sense, especially if you don't actually know solutions, which specifically use the fact that it's single c and k.
Yeah.
To make
but
it,
I'm curious whether there exists a solution that depends on the fact that you're only asked for a single c and k. Yeah.
It can also make the problem harder though, because if you have to find answers for all k, there's less things you can try, right? So
Yeah.
it kind of can help you focus on the right path.
Yeah. Makes sense. So then let's just go back to use finalist string, or for example, what's happening with Jiangli? Oh, he's opening OIS, which means his has something to do. Still, I thought Jiangli had an idea and all he has to do was implementing, because he was trying to find a code template for some algorithm, but seems like he also has something to do.
But also his OES is not for D, it's for E, right? So he's trying to do some formal power series guessing using OES.
Yeah. I'm not sure, like Jiangli's formula looks nice, but not perfect. Oh wait. Oh. So that is what is Jangri is doing. See, tour first. Here he's doing C. it looks C test.cpp, so apparently he's testing the solution to C, but he's not succeeding.
So it means that he has both C and E implemented, but not passing the sample cases, I guess.
No. I mean talk about tour first.
Tour first, okay.
Yeah. Yes. And Karl is doing problem D, and he has implemented something. How is it going? Well, he's not commenting out the slow function, so it could be like only all he has to do is to find a faster version of the function.
But he's diffing, I guess, output of slow and fast, and there's a non-empty diff.
Yeah,
over
there
so.
is an empty diff, so like so for a problem D, like there you can easily get off by your own error at every place because what others are doing? Radish. He's still working on problem C, I see. New VDMI, he's opening universal online session. What is he doing? He just gave up? Or
Maybe he was looking for some particular problem again, but didn't find or found it and then needs to think on paper again.
I see.
Yeah, but it's not that much time left, so it's 15 minutes, 17 minutes left.
Yeah. And she's trying to solve the problem here.
I guess for E, if you get the idea in the last minute, you can still get accepted because the code is super short, or not?
In the
not
last,
so.
you need at least 10 minutes if you're super fast. Like, for example, if I were a participant and and just told about the solution, my best possible performance is like I can finish implementing it in like 10 to 20 minutes. That's my best performance. So but I think some people can have much stronger library than me, and if you have like specific codes for like some algorithms, you can finish it in 5 minutes. But I don't think people have that because Kublasnik is seeing the get close. See, Ilmanik is just opening the.
He's sitting on the floor.
Yeah, yeah, he's still sitting on the floor. So, yeah, but I think he's writing something. So yeah, he's still.
Janet, he could also code on the floor, right? If he took his laptop with him.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be true.
And obvious screens.
I think on the front screen, it was Jangli who was typing very quickly.
With Jangli, he's typing things.
But doesn't help. Now he seems to be typing some quadratic thing again. So previously he had some quadratic things and he commented it out.
Yeah.
Now he seems to be. Because that's how you debug stuff. You try to come up with a quadratic or whatever, some other thing for some intermediate value and try to print it. It's a bit tricky.
And the starting number thing has gone. I thought that was a correct pass. Why? He's trying something. But
Do you know who of our finalists have been a problem setter for AGC in the past, if anybody?
I think no, nobody in this final wrote AGC before.
Also not Hoss?
Not us. Yeah. She said some problems in AtCoder, but it's not AGC. So if you have very good and hard problems, please submit it to me. I check Coderforce's direct messages. So if you're interested, please please send me the problems.
This is, I think, another thing that is a bit not unusual, maybe is a too negative word, kind of different about AGC, is that in most other contests, I think the pool of problem setters and top participant is the same pool of people, essentially, more or less.
Yeah.
In AGC, it seems to be completely different. So I guess the only intersection would be the admins, like you and Makoto before. You were participants and problem setters. But now it seems that problem setters are not qualifying themselves, and though we have the system to encourage them and to give them more race ranking points.
Because when you write problems for AGC, that GP30 point for that AGC is calculated as the average of the other AGCs you participate.
So maybe it's not enough.
So writing AGCs doesn't harm you in qualifying to the finals. So one possible way is to qualify for the finals is that let's first win the first AGC in a year, then write every other AGC, and you can easily get to the finals. So
yeah, I like the word easily there.
Yeah.
I guess one way to achieve it is there's only one AGC in a year.
Yeah.
Then you write all the remaining ones.
Yeah, but
right. But so why wouldn't, I don't know, Andrew or Jiang Li set AGC problems? It just they don't have interest or time?
I'm not sure, but I guess they have other contests to submit their problems.
That's fair as well.
For example, I know there are very many good Chinese problem setters, but China have a very large number of important contests. Right. So they use it for their own, and they send problems to me. But sometimes, we got submissions from Chinese contestants, and they were really nice.
So maybe since there are only 10 minutes remaining, we can also talk about what will happen next.
So after the contest finishes, this stream will end for once. Then we're gonna start so there won't be a count. So since the standing is not frozen, there won't be kind of AC or not revealing like ICPC. After the competition, we just will end the stream soon, and then then maybe we're gonna start. Yeah, we plan to start another stream for like prize session. So then we will announce the winner of the heuristic competition, because in heuristic competition there is a system test, and so the winner of the competition could change from the current standing. So yeah, we will announce the winner in the later. But yeah, the stream will end once, then we'll restart, I guess. So
It'll be very soon. Like, you plan to start in 10 minutes, I think, after the end?
yes, not so long after, once we close this stream. So since we have to move to another room, like we have to.
What's going on in the open contest? We haven't checked it for a while.
Yeah, I haven't checked for a while, so let's check. Let's check. Seems like Mulgo Kizari solved problem C, but nobody else solved problem C. And 4 people solved problem B in the open contest.
So they would be third place in our contest.
Yeah, Mulgo Kizari could be the third place in the main contest. Here.
By the way, the third place in the main contest now Tour 1 ST because they solved C.
They solved C? Oh wait. It's...
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Tour first. Get problem C accepted. Nice. But Mulgo Kizari on the open contest was a bit faster in terms of time penalty. So.
Right. And nobody solved E in the. Yeah, I guess nobody, because it will be 2,000 points. They will be on the first page.
Yeah, there's no even a single, like, I don't think even a single meaningful submission to E.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also counting problem, so if it doesn't pass the samples, you don't have to submit. Right?
Yeah, like. Oh wait, Jokane is writing something, some commentary on the submission page.
It's like vibe coding.
Yeah.
Is he going to copy paste it into?
Yeah, like he's sending message to us. Okay, just read it before he submits it. Let's do some inclusion-exclusion methods, and we need to compute the following statement for every I. Oh wait. Those inclusions.
He just describes.
Yeah, he just describes.
What could be a solution?
Solution, yeah. I'm not sure if he's confident that this solution can pass when implemented correctly, or he's just leaving a random idea. Let's check it later. Oh wait, you have submitted to problem B, but
it's wrong answer.
It's wrong answer. Why? Because B is a counting problem. If you get
on all cases except
all cases,
sample.
so it. Okay, so I think Yuhao has submitted to problem B and saying like, I did this.
Yeah.
please. Is it doing? So,
But Andrew and Kevin, are they doing anything yet?
here,
Or-
Kevin is, Andrew is doing problem D, and but
Not much happening.
no checking for Kevin. He's also doing problem D, I guess, but something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
There's only 1 minute remaining.
Meaning? We're going to still writing his solution. Oh, this is not doing anything. Yeah, he's doing. Well, what?
Okay, Minion submits.
Submit it. Let's just see. D, BFS order 3.
Wrong answer.
Wrong answer, yeah, so it's like.
Oh, and host submitted E and D, but
and D.
probably just to save the code.
Yeah.
At least D is 92 bytes.
92 byte, yeah. Yeah, it's like. They're like, yeah. Trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is quadratic, the solution.
Yeah, got it. Some brute force solution with some, like, yeah.
At least it's correct, it seems.
Yeah.
It's only time limit. Not wrong answer.
Also, the contest has ended.
There is still one submission judging, but we already know what's wrong, so the results will
Yeah.
not change.
So, thank you for watching the streams. I have to go to the contest video and say, delete contestant. So, thank you for watching us. We'll start award ceremony shortly. So, if you're interested in the winner of the Heroes Finals, please stay tuned for the AtCoder channel. So,
And thanks for
Organizers.
It was really fun coming here. And
Yeah.
thanks for everybody who made this event possible.
yeah. Okay. Oh wait, just a moment. I need. Okay. So, thank you everybody for watching us. We want to welcome you like next year, possibly with better settings, with like without echoing or
Right.
right.
Maybe we need to have a practice stream first.
Yeah. No, thank you. And, oh, okay.
Thank
Thank you. Bye.